2.
The jank.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to part 2 of our holiday one-shot, Candlenights. Welcome back to Silent Candlenights. When we last left our party, they had just finished killing and/or driving off a maraud of frost goblins. One of them escaped up the mountain, and the rest met a very, very terrible fate. Um, yeah, we just finished combat just before we left off for the night. So, what is everybody doing?
Um, Usually someone would be looking for injured to try and help restore them a bit, but yeah, the only one that is injured is Pineapple, and like not very much. She's going back to the road to wait for the others, where she can chastise them by saying, "Hey, that was a little fucked up. It's like going into somebody's den and just killing them. So maybe we go up the rest of the way and don't kill people."
Alright, so Sam Moon heads back to the road to wait for the rest of you guys. Cecilia is kind of feeling a little bit shaky after all of this combat, and she kind of looks back at the deer tars, and she quietly goes up to Sam Moon, and she's like, I don't know if I feel comfortable leaving the deer tars down here by themselves if there's frost goblins around. I think maybe I should stay with the sleigh and protect it.
But you'll be missed at the top, but I understand. Honestly, it's our only way back, so it's a good idea. Please be safe.
Okay, we will. I'll make sure that everybody is safe, and if anything goes wrong, uh, I don't know. We'll figure it out. And she kind of shrugs a little bit. She does that backwards walking while shrugging thing that you do when you're like, it's fine, and goes back to the deer tars to start talking
Oh,
with them and setting up sort of a little camp.
if 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 something goes wrong, maybe light a fire. We should be able to see it from the top.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. What's everybody else doing?
Haley's taking a breather, because she just came back from her shiftiness, so she's looking less animal-like now. So she's kind of taking a breather there, and was kind of like, well, that was exciting.
It sure was. I don't know why they didn't want to be friends with us.
Oh, I just came around to see who was hiding there. They started attacking us, so gotta fight back.
I mean, we kind of bum rushed him and terrified the little twat, so he attacked in defense.
Terrifying. What's so scary? All I was going was around to say hi, and there was a fluffy puppies. I don't know what in the world you'd be scared of.
When you're something
Now,
that small and something with big snarly teeth comes up to you, playful or not, and bigger than you, I'd poop my pants too.
It kind of pats Pineapple and is like, I don't think you're scary at all.
He licks you up your entire body. You are covered in Akita slime.
She does
and
kind of the dog shake off, like try to shake off the slime like a dog would do.
out of character again. Taylor, what was their animal form called again? The animal
A dhole, Dhole.
Dole. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Like Dole Whip.
So Leo's gonna go back to the path and try and find those tracks again that they were originally following.
Okay. It's not very hard. They're exactly where you left them. You see a large footprint or so, several strides apart further up the path. There is a bit of a snowdrift that's overtaken part of it, but the indent's deep enough that you can still tell it's there. So, Samoon, you see Tally and Leo head back towards the road.
And even with pineapple back to their normal size of being a large puppy, uh, Link is just going to be riding pineapple as we follow these tracks and giving pineapple head pats.
All right, Ginger Seabread, what are you doing?
Ooh, can we commit murder?
You did commit murder. All of the frost goblins are now dead. The rest of your party appears to be headed back towards the road. And what are you doing? You going along with them?
Yeah. I don't see why not.
All right. So Samoon, you see the rest of your party approach the road. Blink riding pineapple, Ginger Seabread walking along, twirling his kick-ass candy cane, and Tally trying to wipe Akita slime off her body, and Leo's scouring for the tracks.
Can
Right. Well,
Kaylee do like a short rest thing
Sure.
between this time, just kind of hopefully to regain a little health, maybe?
The answer is yes, but also I think Samoon was about to yell at you guys for a second.
Okay. She's probably sitting there taking it too.
not just so much, not so much yell, just a gentle chastise. So maybe as we go up the mountain, we don't approach anybody else, and we don't go on another murder spree. Just maybe, unless they're giant and green.
But they hurt pineapple, and like he still, and I'll point at the wound on his nose.
Can Pineapple just like start doing that, like, like limping, like I'm not actually hurt, but I'm gonna pretend because I'm a puppy thing.
I wanted to be friends, but then they hurt pineapple. That's just unforgettable.
I feel like pineapple kind of looks like one of those Pokemon sprites.
I mean, yes, but on the other hand, pineapple is not dead, and they are dead. So maybe if we avoid people in the future, at least on this mountaintop, then that won't happen. Uh, Either way, glad we're all right. Um, do we rest or do we go on?
Well, don't some people need a little rest to?
Just need a couple minutes just to kind of catch my breath again. That was a lot of action in a short amount of time. So just give me a couple minutes. I'll be good to go. I'm just gonna eat some candy.
Ooh, candy?
Alright.
Is that what you eat for dinner?
Let's at least rest away from the road, maybe over here under this tree.
I
He's
can hum
saying
a
this-
little tune. I can hum a little tune for all of us while we take this rest. I think that might help us.
Sure, I love music.
Yes, I think that'd be lovely. Then someone is gonna move over under the bough of this tree and just sit, rest.
Alrighty. So you move under the tree over there, right next to the shattered remains of one of the goblins, and you proceed to have a short rest. And Blink kind of gets up off of Pineapple as he proceeds to lay down and roll in the shattered icicle particles of a frost goblin and starts to sing you a nice little song.
Let's go with this one. I'm pulling out my ass. We wish for a merry candlelight. We wish for a merry candlelight. And we wish for a merry candlelight. For this night is our... I don't know. I was not ready for a song of rest. I forgot to think of that. But if you're using hit dice to heal, you can add a d6 to the what you heal for a Song of Rest.
Speaking of hit dice, how do you only have 17 hit points?
Who?
You.
I'm supposed to have 35.
For some reason, it says you've only got 17 for your max HP. So I'm gonna go ahead
They
and
said 35 yesterday.
Maybe damage was taken out of the wrong thing?
I don't think
No,
Blink
I
took
didn't.
any damage.
Oh.
No, I didn't. I didn't take a damage at all.
Okay, hold on a minute.
Yeah, because Blink's total, Pineapple's total HP is 10 higher than Blink's.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Might have been the way I entered it. I just tried to do the override thing on HP. I rolled it.
Oh yeah, you have to go into character settings, change it to manual, then go back
Oh,
to
yeah.
HP and edit it. If you do it the other way, it does weird stuff.
Yeah. Well, whenever you get a chance, go ahead and do that.
What do I roll for a short rest? Because I never take short rests ever.
Are you missing any HP?
Yes.
Okay. So you are going to roll your hit dice for that. Let's see. You as
Got a D10.
Mm-hmm. Plus your Constitution modifier when you roll it. So roll 1d10, add your Constitution modifier. That's how many hit points you get back. You have a certain number of hit dice you can roll between long rests for every short rest that you take. I believe it's 5 for you right now? Question mark?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes.
5.
Equals
And
your
then-
character level.
Yeah, so I would just do the one at a time so you don't waste hit dice in case you need to take another
And you
short
also
rest
have a
before it's
d6
over.
now.
And I was going to say, and then you said I have a D6. Okay.
Yep, everyone has a d6 if they're trying to heal.
Mm-hmm.
I assume on the short rest, whatchamacallit, Pineapple would do that as well.
Yes, Pineapple actually has hit dice that he can roll. Let's bring it up. Pineapple.
I
Character
think
sheet.
Pineapple.
He has. Wow. Giant hyenas have 60-10. Healing. Have 60-10
So-
hit dice. Okay. So, gonna roll a d10 plus 2 plus a d6. Well, no, he just got all of his health back. He doesn't need to roll that d6 at all. There we go.
So you said I have 5 I can roll in between long rests. So I could do 2 if I wanted.
Yeah, you could do 2.
Yes.
You could do
I'm
another
not sure if
d10.
I want to do 2.
I always
So
I
two-
always roll my hit dice one at a time to see if I need to actually waste them. So like if you rolled 1 and it didn't get you all the way up to max, you can roll another, and then if that doesn't get you all the way up to max, you roll another. You just however many you want. You have a grand total of 5 that you're able to utilize between long rests during short rests.
And then don't you add the con modifier
You
for
do.
each time you roll the d10?
You do, yep.
Alright, do 1 more. Alright, I'm back to full.
Hooray.
So 2d10 plus double your con plus a d6.
Leo didn't even take any damage at all, did he?
Nope.
Neither
And
did
then
And he has
Ginger.
the most hit points out of everybody.
Yeah, I don't think Ginger did either. Nope. All right, cool. So you guys are good to go after a nice little rousing serenade from Blink. Tally hands out some candy that everybody shares, except for Pineapple because it's not good for Kitas. And yeah, you just have a nice
yeah.
little. What was that?
I almost forgot. Samoon also makes a bonfire with a cantrip and starts warming up some rocks for people as they go up into the higher elevations. So stay toasty.
Sorry.
get some hot rocks.
Also, Taylor says to Blink, that was one of my favorite songs.
I'm glad you liked it. I just made it up right now. No, it would be a normal song, I guess. I don't know.
All right. So yeah, you have a nice little bonfire going. You're all warm and toasty. It only takes you about 30 minutes to an hour to rest up and regain some hit points, bandage up any owies. Pineapple gets a little band-aid on his nose. And
Oh, and I get my bardic inspirations back.
you get your bardic inspirations back. Samoon gets her wild shapes back. Don't think Tally gets anything back, but Ginger Sea Bread
I
gets
get everything back.
Do you?
Mhm.
I don't think you get your action surge back if you used it.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure action surge is per long rest, but let me double check unless you've got a feat or something.
No, it says be used per one time per short rest.
Defense, second wind. Once per short rest is for second wind. Action surge. Oh, you are correct. It says action surge is one time per short rest. Oh, dang. I always thought it was long rest.
Me too, but I learned it before we started this evening, and I went, "Oh, that's awesome!"
That is pretty damn sweet. Okay, cool. So you're good. You get your shit back. Everybody gets their shit back. And you guys ready to go?
Yep, yep.
Let's go.
All
Yeah,
right.
Simone dispels
What
the
time
bonfire
of the
with
day
her.
is it right now?
It is early evening.
Okay.
Yeah, Simone dispels the campfire with a whip of her hand, and the logs in the fire all seem to shrink away and be snowed into nothing. And she picks up the hot rocks and passes them out and says, "Here, keep these on you. The higher we get, the colder it will get. Hopefully this helps."
Oh,
Thank
thanks.
you, Sammy.
Not to worry. We're gonna have more to worry about than the cold up there, and it's one less thing on our minds. Is everybody ready to go?
I am.
Let's go.
All right, let's stay together and keep your eyes and ears open.
I like how you think that Haley's going to notice anything.
When you say eyes and ears open, Blink will gently grab Pineapple's ears and radar them.
Oh, boy.
Hear that? Hear that, Pineapple? We gotta keep our eyes and ears open.
And Pineapple's eyes are just like pulled back, and he's going. All right. So you guys start moving up the mountain. Leo, you can clearly see where these footprints have been taking, and it appears that it is going up the trail up the mountain itself. From what you've been able to see of it. In fact, they are pretty obvious footprints. It does not appear that whatever took the heart gem was thinking that anybody would have the sticks to follow them to this mountain or the deer tar. At least not so soon that you'd still be able to see their footprints. So you make your way up the mountain. Are you guys moving at a normal pace or a slow, careful pace or a quick pace?
I think Blink would like to move at a quick pace because this Yeti creature is just trying to ruin candlelight festivities, and that's not good. And so Blink wants to hurry and get the heart gem back.
All right, so Blink's
Yeah,
voting for hurry.
Simone's very worried about the people because she figures they've been so long with the heart crystal, they're not used to being without it, and the cold might hit them harder. So she wants to go ahead and hurry.
Okay. Tally
Yeah.
and Leo?
Leo's fine with her, and he doesn't quite care. I mean, he's in the mountain; it's his natural terrain.
Speaking of which, Leo, please make a intelligence check with advantage. Actually, wisdom check with advantage. Wisdom check with
Okay, that's
advantage.
better.
So, yeah, with a 13, Leo, this is your favorite terrain. And looking up at Mount Crumrit, you are very, very aware that this is one very steep, very crooked mountain, and that in addition to avalanches being a real issue, there may be some hidden dangers here, footing wise, to worry about. So quick pace, while probably a-okay for Blink, who flies, might not be the best for the rest of your party.
Uh, so Leo's gonna look at the other party members and he goes, let's try to take it at between a slow to normal pace. This mountain is well known for avalanches and other things, and moving at a quick pace might endanger us more than the cold will. And I do have to say, please, bards, quiet on the singing. We do not need to be covered in snow.
Uh, right.
Quiet singing? How do I do that?
I mean, you could either shut up or kill us.
Oh my god.
And Haley says, normally if I need to be a little bit quieter, I just cover my mouth.
Do what you gotta do.
If you like, Blinky, you could try to sing, but without a voice. Just air, you know? It's called whispering.
Okay, dokie. That was Blink trying to whisper.
Well, if we have to go slower, then we should at least keep a steady pace. I'm worried about the townspeople.
All right, so you start.
We gotta get going at some point, so we'll start, and if we need to slow down, we'll slow down. We'll just kind of go sort of normal, and if we need to slow, we'll slow.
All right. So who's going to be taking point going up the mountain? Who's going to be in the front?
Leo's going to volunteer to take point since he could most likely be the best one to find a safe path through.
It is your favorite terrain, after all.
Yeah. Someone will take point behind him, but she'll, go ahead.
All right. So we've got Leo in front, Samoon just behind him. Who's going to be coming up third spot? Okay, we got
I
Tally.
think I'd say Blink and Pineapple can take up the middle.
Okay, so then you got Blink and Pineapple just after Tally, which means Ginger, you're bringing up the rear so you can make sure nothing sneaks up on people from behind.
Yeah, I got my staff and I ain't afraid to use it. I will plunge their eye with it.
A sharpened candy cane is a deadly weapon. Everybody remember that.
That's because I've been licking it from the top.
Okay, all right. Excellent. Anywho, so you guys start to make your way up the mountain. Everybody go ahead and roll me perception checks. Leo with advantage, because again, mountains.
Roll that for me.
Yes. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow.
Do we see snow?
Did that
Cat sees
did that
snow.
I told you, she's not seeing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
did that
Luckily, it's not a disadvantage.
further?
Or she's walking with her eyes closed.
She's trying to keep her mouth closed. It's
It's like walking and chewing gum. It's real hard to do. Okay, so trying to walk and not speak is is a hard task.
All right, go ahead and roll me a perception check, Ginger, in your D&D Beyond.
Alright.
There we go.
Perception.
Okay, I don't think mine went through because.
Yours did. It did. I
Oh,
see it.
okay.
It's 19. It's good.
Mm.
All right. Let's see. So, Leo and Ginger, you two are able to pick out most of the hazards that are on this mountain to point out to your friends before it even becomes an issue, with Samboon catching them mere seconds behind the rest. Blink, you're flying, so while you might see a couple of them, they don't really bother you that much since, you have wings. Tally, gosh, the snowflakes up here sure are pretty.
Aren't
I
they?
do love a mountainside winter.
It is beautiful up here. I could just come up here for vacation.
It is plumb gorgeous.
Yeah, I miss all my traveling. There's no place like home.
Mm-hmm. So, Leo, as you are first in the lineup as you're going up here, let's see, let's move you guys to the new map.
Also, I apologize if you hear an Ollie just singing the song of his people in the background.
Prince Ali, mighty is he.
He is. He just Ollie, it's fine. Everything is fine.
He begs to differ, I'm afraid.
Everything. He's like, it is not fine.
Nothing will ever
There's a
be
door that is closed. It is a travesty.
fine. It is an abomination of nature.
How am I supposed to survive with a closed door?
God, I don't even know.
Doing attempted whisper like, "Hey Leo, have you seen any? Are we getting close to the Yeti thingy yet?"
Haley can try to answer you, but she's got her hands over her mouth.
Let me get your characters up on the screen.
Austin, you're muted if you are responding.
No, he's being quiet. He's not responding.
God damn it,
Oh.
that's the wrong one again.
He told you all to be quiet.
His eye is slowly twitching, and that twitch is the only sound you all can hear.
I'm trying to be quiet. It's kind of difficult to do this when you're talking. That's what you hear from
Well-
Callie, because she's trying real hard not to be loud.
Can you let me? Okay, I'll take that as a no. But can you let me know when we're close? Because I got a song for us when we're close.
Oh God.
And Leo's just like, oh my god, this is why I'm a ranger and I work better alone.
Oh gosh.
Might as well just tell the big bad that we're coming.
Hey, Big Bad, we're coming!
I mean, if you want to.
Sorry, I'm just setting up your characters on the other place.
We need a puppy still, too.
I know, I'm getting him,
We
woman.
need a puppy.
The
We need a
puppy's
puppy.
there. Puppy's
Okay,
there,
got
woman.
puppy. It's okay. We're fine now. There's a puppy.
There's a puppy.
There's a puppy. Suddenly I hear wind.
Yep, you sure do. So you guys come up along the mountain. It's very curvy. It kind of is kind of like a spiral almost going towards the top, although crooked in a few areas. And every once in a while, you have to like hug the side of the mountain in order to avoid plummeting over the edge. The wind is whipping by you, throwing cloaks all aflutter, and if it wasn't for the hot rocks that Sammoon had passed out to you all, you would probably have to be making Constitution saving throws against the cold for those of you who are not resistant to cold. Although I think there's like only one of you that isn't. But anyway, As you're moving up the mountain, Leo is keeping a very sharp eye out for any hazards to the front, where Ginger is to the back, and Sam's quick eyes catch them almost as soon as those two do. Which is why when you guys kind of come out on this little outcropping just before a large kind of overpass, why do you see nothing?
You're like, they all see everything, and I'm like, and I see nothing.
You see snowflakes. You see nothing but pretty, pretty little snowflakes. But anyway, as you come up onto this outcropping, you see a finger of rock and ice spanning across a large gap, kind of sort of a fissure running through the mountain itself. And peering down, you can just barely see the forest below the mountain, just distantly away. You've been climbing for about an hour or so at this point, and you're maybe a quarter to a third of the way up the mountain. And it's a very large span of ice and rock. And Leo, you know that this, especially with the wind whipping over this thing like it is, and pushing you to and fro, even on this more stable ground, this is going to be a pretty hazardous passage right here.
Leo kind of uh the looks at the passage and then looks over at his party, and he's kind of contemplating and thinking about their abilities as I actually measure the distance.
I can go the distance.
And
Someone kind of looked. Oh, sorry.
okay, he's gonna ask who all has rope on them.
I
Uh,
assume I do.
I think
She have a tiny little dental floss, Blink. Yeah.
I got some rope and I got some patents. And if you could hear what Taylor said, she said she's got some rope and some pythons.
Okay.
I heard cotton balls.
That's pretty much what you heard too, because she's covering her mouth because she's trying to be quiet like they asked her to.
Leo's gonna pull out his rope and start tying it around the tree here, and he's gonna ask for someone else's rope, and he's gonna whoever gives him rope first, he's going to tie a fireman's braided hitch, so the two ropes pull tight. The knot gets tighter when the two ropes pull, and then that's about 100 feet, and he's gonna be like, I need at least one more here.
I assume someone would have handed hers over first, and she's right next to him, and she kind of steps out of the way so somebody else can offer theirs.
Yeah, Taylor hands her rope, and she also holds up some pythons and a hammer.
Awesome.
You want me to tie over on the other side?
And he looks at the little fairy who just offered that, and he goes, I'm pretty
The
sure
fairy's flying over the steep fall right where we're standing at.
Yeah, he's gonna go, I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
you're flying over the edge?
150
Oh, time out.
feet.
This is important. This is important. You're flying over the edge, Blake?
I'm not trying to be in the wind, but like near Leo, like offering the ham, assuming like the edge is like ripe, like. Well, I'm assuming this ledge is like 2 feet wide or so.
Yeah, about. But it is
So,
dead set in the path of the wind.
oh, okay.
So I'm gonna need.
Yeah, I'll be trying to stay out of the wind. I'll be trying to stay out of the
Okay, so you're gonna be over here then. Anyway, continue, Leo.
He's gonna say, I think this rope is a little too heavy for you, and besides, that wind might knock you right off. He's kind of gonna look at everyone and go, it's like, well, unless someone else wants to volunteer, I can crawl across and be the anchor on the other end.
Well, I have have two options, I suppose. I could try to shift into something that could fly over, but I'm not sure I would feel much better than Blink here. I'm not sure I can transform into something quite big enough to fight against the wind. I could possibly. Oh, what is? Maybe a mountain boat? Something with grip? I could try to carry the rope over.
Yeah, you don't want to fly. Those winds might take you out of the sky.
Yes,
I'll
fair
do it.
enough.
I don't mind.
Sorry, that was actually me laughing, not Blink.
Okay.
Sorry, that was not Blink.
He'll kind of look at the terrain and look at the rope, and he goes, "Do you think you're strong enough to serve as an anchor at that end, or at least use the spikes to hammer it in at the other end?"
Pretty strong.
Yes, I'm big, but I think she's stronger than I am.
You want me to pick someone up?
No need to pick anyone up.
Taylor starts bench pressing Pineapple.
Oh God.
Oh shit, Pineapple.
I mean, if you want to go, you can, but I don't mind.
No,
Oh, sorry.
he'll be like, if you want, be my guest. I may be a ranger and I may like mountains here, but I know where my abilities are limited.
All right, let's go. And so she grabs the ropes and the pythons, and she's ready to go.
Okay.
And the hammer.
Just
She got a hammer.
Right, so you've got one end of the rope and you pack the pythons and the hammer inside your back, and you're headed towards the large kind of natural causeway here between the two sides of the mountain. And the ice starts about right in front of you. So,
Leo's actually gonna stop her for a second and be like, "You might want to tie the end around your waist just in case you slip."
Oh, that's a smart idea. And she gone tied around her waist.
And then Sam's gonna wait right here at the base of the tree and kind of keep a hand on the rope just so it doesn't as an extra anchor point in case she does fall.
Okay, that's a good idea. Speaking of which, just for those knots that you tied around the tree there, since you are used to mountain climbing, this is probably something you're pretty practiced in, but go ahead and just make me a sleight of hand with advantage on it, just for your profession, ye who tied the knots.
Oh, well,
Very
look at
good.
that.
That knot is holding forever. You could build a bridge with this rope. It's great. It's fine. You'd have to pile like 10 people on the rope before it would snap. The tree will probably snap before the rope snaps.
Delightful.
Got 20 for the win.
Woo woo. But anywho, yeah. So you tie yourself to the rope. Tally, go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand for tying yourself to the rope. Just make sure that that knot is nice and good. And look at that, it's a 19. Excellent. So that one's pretty good. Not as good as Leo's, obviously, but still decent. All right. And you cast your eyes across the slick castway, which is whipped smooth by the heavy winds that are howling down through this hole, and it actually makes a low, almost mournful cry as it echoes through the hoop of ice and stone just below the causeway itself. And
Haley tries really hard not to howl with the sounds. She's told to be quiet, so she's trying her hardest.
So yeah, you grip the rope and you step out and you start to make your way across the causeway. So I'm gonna go ahead and need you to roll a dexterity saving throw as you start to cross the causeway, and then your movement speed is 30 feet, right?
It is.
All right, every 30 feet, I'm gonna need you to roll another one.
Okay.
So first one is good, that natural 20. And you're gonna
5
move
to
one.
there.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
Yep. 1, 2, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yep. You start out across the divide, keeping low, gripping the rope, and just kind of making your way steadily through. You feel your feet on the ice itself. It's not slipping too much right now. There's a little bit of grit between your feet because this is where rock and ice are. It's not fully ice yet, and you feel like you're pretty sure of yourself with your footfalls. You're making good progress. And then you get out to about midway over the chasm where the wind is whipping and howling the highest. And you're going to go ahead and make another dexterity saving throw for me.
I do just want to let you know that my boots allow me to ignore difficult terrain caused by ice or snow.
Oh, okay, cool. Well,
Just letting you know.
this is also wind. This is also
I'm
wind.
just letting you know that part.
Okay. Well, then if you would prefer, well, you made it, but if you would prefer, since it's really just wind you're fighting against from your boots, you could make strength saves if it's better for you, just to fight against being blown off by the wind.
Strength. Oh, my poor strength. And I am proficient in that too.
Oh, wow. You should have just stuck with the dexterity.
Well,
We're
I
doing
did a
so
dex first, so that's
did.
the middle
5,
one and then
10,
the last one.
15, 20, 25, 30, so you get to about here. And then you just roll one more for me, strength or dex, your choice.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
What?
Oh, no. You told me to do strength, and that's my... Look, that's a nat 1. I have a
man.
7.
We're gonna...
But I've been doing pythons on the way, right? So I'm not going to go too far.
You have been doing pythons on the way. You've been hammering them in, looping the rope around it, going out a bit more, hammering in, looping the rope around it.
Stay with my dex. My goodness.
You hopefully did not hammer in the dead center where there was nothing but ice, but I'm sure you were smart enough to not do that.
Right, if you say so.
Roll an intelligence check for me. Let's find out.
Oh no.
Okay, so here's what happens. As you're moving across, you become more confident because of just how fucking easy all of this was. Yeah, I don't know why Leo was so uptight about it. It's fine. Everything's fine. You stand fully upright and just start striding across. And that is when a huge gust of wind picks you up and tosses you over the side. You fall, and you're going to go ahead and roll a. This will be a strength check as you grip the rope to make sure you don't like hurt your tummy as you're tumbling over the side at the end of this rope like a little yo-yo. Okay, great. Fuck. So you grip the rope, and then when it plays out all the way to the end, the great yank yanks your hands free of the rope, and you feel a sharp pain in your guts as you are currently dangling upside down from the mountain about here. And then you also hear a horrendous cracking noise from the central portion of the bridge here as the piton that was there when yanked upon tears through the ice and carves a big chunk of it out that goes tumbling down below to the depths. And now currently there is a large a chunk of the ice currently missing, about a 10-foot across kind of bit here that is just gone.
Oh, delightful.
Thanks, I hate it. Anywho. And you are currently hanging upside down. Thankfully, Leo tied those knots fucking sweet, so...
After I climbing back up.
Well, let's see what your other party's reaction to this was before we get into that, because you fell first.
Leo goes, fuck.
The tiniest of meeps escapes Samoon as she's about to scream, and then she slaps a hand over her mouth.
Uh,
Oh,
I
speaking
told
of
you that's
which,
the best way to keep quiet.
Tally, please roll a D100.
Oh, goody.
No!
Because
Oh
that was a
no!
very loud crack that the Pitten did.
Ew.
Alright. You hear like a faint rumbling off in the distance, but it fades away and nothing else happens. So yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So, Samoon, out of pure instinct and terror, is gonna go ahead and use her wild shape into a friggin' mountain goat. Because, I mean, this is kind of their thing.
Alright, you are now a mountain goat. You now have advantage on any dexterity checks that you make while on this mountain. Um, and Tally, you wanted to try to climb back up again, so go ahead and roll me athletics. Leo, I saw you move forward. What are you doing?
yeah, Leo's gonna try to climb or walk across to where the last Pitten was to try and help pull her up.
Okay.
Because it is his favorite terrain after all, or at least the mountain is, not so much the ice.
Yep, you have advantage on your dexterity saves as well because you are used to terrain like this.
So I will roll.
And
Yeah.
Tally starts climbing her way back up with a 19. She's like rights herself, starts hand over handing it up the side there. And yeah, Leo with a 17. You slip once or twice, but you manage to get out there, and you grab a hold and you start pulling to aid in Tally getting up faster. I'm trying really hard not to yell yeehaw. That's fantastic. Blink, Ginger, either of you guys doing anything?
Is there anything to brutally murder?
Well, I mean, Tally is about to brutally murder herself by falling off a mountain, but
Well, then, can I run over and stop that from happening?
do you want to go help Leo try to pull her up?
Sure.
Okay, so you can do that. You're gonna need to make me a dexterity check for me.
Alright.
Oh,
In the
Jesus
meantime,
Christ.
Well, I'm guessing that sucks.
So, Sam, you see Ginger come out here and start making his way towards Leo. Leo, you can't see this because you are currently gripping a rope and yanking it, trying to pull Tally up. But Sam, you see Ginger take about 2 steps out here, step on a patch that looked like it was rock, but it was black ice, slip, and start plummeting towards the side of the mountain. Ginger, please make a dexterity saving throw to see if you can grab a hold of the side of the mountain before you plummet over it.
can I aid in that by rushing forward and like offering a horn for him to grab?
Yes, you can
Let
do
me
that.
guess, I did terribly.
Well, 14's not too bad, but since she's rushing forward to try and assist you, go ahead and roll once again for an advantage roll,
Alright.
just in case. It's
Oh
bad.
fuck.
That's
Nice.
much better. So yeah, Ginger, this mountain goat rushes forward, offers you her horn. You grab onto it, and now you're holding one hand onto a mountain goat horn, one hand onto the mountain itself. Sam, you're gonna need to make an athletics check to see if you're strong enough to pull Cookie Boy up here.
Sounds good. Hopefully my goatiness aids me. Athletics.
Goat. You are the GOAT.
I am the GOAT correctly.
If it ever gets to the point where I actually, like, die in the game, then all of you can share my parts.
So, goat heels are screeching across the ice as you draw closer and closer to the edge, Sam, with Ginger holding on to both you and Mountain.
Sam is gonna turn her goaty eyes over to Blink and give a startled bleat.
Yeah, so I think what Blink would have done is like try to like same thing that Sammy did, like almost like scream out Taylor but cover their mouth, and then like flying out there, but also seeing this happening as well as they get Blink's attention. Blink will go like, and I guess I don't know how Blink's gonna help. I guess like pull at the horn to help.
Alright,
I feel like the tail would just be painful.
go ahead
You
You
and.
could
have a pooch.
horn or have Pineapple grab a horn and like tug a war.
Alright,
Oh yeah, and
Pineapple.
have Pineapple help as well.
Pineapple needs to make a dex check, and Blink needs to make a strength check as you guys rush out here to do this in the full force of the wind and ice.
Can you do that for me?
Yes, I can. Da da da. Meanwhile, while this is going on, Tally, with that 19 athletics, you manage to climb your way up to the top of the thing again, just barely flopping on your back, breathing heavily as you manage to get over the edge. And Leo, the rope slackens, and you don't have to dig in to hold on to it anymore. And you're feeling that nice relief, and then you turn to look over your shoulder at your party, and you see
Oh,
this
God,
bullshit.
not again.
Alright, let's see. Blink needs a strength check.
I mean, look on the bright side. If we all fall over the side, Blink will be the one that survives because he can fly. Granted, he'll be thrown down the mountain because of the winds, but like when he can like steady himself out before he actually hits the ground.
Oh, god damn it, Pineapple! So, Pineapple rushes out onto the causeway, intending to go grab Sam's horn. But his paws skitter across the ice as he goes blatantly spinning and spiraling down the causeway towards Leo, going, "Arr, arr, 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 arr."
Oh, Jesus Christ. And I grab him by the scruff and then hold on to the rope to not let him go off the edge.
Well, he's more barreling bowling ball style at your legs, so it's
So
more
I'll
like,
dodge?
yeah. So it's either you can dodge and let Pineapple fall to his death, or you can do a dex check to try and hold firm and grab him.
Yeah, I'll do that second one.
What's happening?
A normal dex check?
A normal dex check. Well, actually, advantage, because, yeah, mountains.
Okay. Let me roll one more time then.
You hit strength, not dex.
Oh, damn it.
Do I see what's happening right now?
You do see what's happening right now.
Oh, God.
You managed with a 15 to get to
Okay.
to get to Sam's horn.
Please excuse me
oh, man.
not being there for a little bit, cause I had a little problem with Patrick.
Okay. So the good news, Leo, is that impacting with your body stopped Pineapple's momentum. And he's currently just like flat, all four paws out on his belly at the edge of the giant hole. The bad news, Leo, is that you fall down the giant hole, holding onto the rope, thankfully, holding onto the rope. And that does mean that Tally, I'm gonna need you to make a strength saving throw or get pulled towards Leo in the hole.
Why is my
Oh
strength
my
so bad?
God.
I have a
Jesus
plus
fucking
6.
Christ. Tally, you go flying towards the edge of the hole that Leo is currently falling down.
Okay.
I had made the decision to use my dex saves to get across the rest of it.
Everybody dies on this mountain. You haven't even gotten to the boss yet.
Literally. What is the situation with Sam? Is Gingerbread Boy up yet?
Gingerbread Boy, please roll athletics to climb up the goat.
Alright.
Because I have
See,
something that can help me. I can't do it. Goat.
Oh
great.
my
You
god.
gotta be kidding me.
Oh my god.
Okay. So Ginger.
Remember when you did all these things to the big bad evil thing? You probably did nothing to the bridge.
No, I did nothing to the bridge. The bridge was just supposed to be a bridge. Just a bridge with some ice on it.
It's like
Just
a door in
fucking bridge with ice on it. And we had Leo, who's mountain man. I figured, advantage on his checks, he'll be fine. And Tali is really strong, so if she does fall or something, she can pull herself back up again. And Ginger's dexterous because he's a fucking monk. He'll never fail his dexterity saves.
Do I need to pull out the rainbow dice?
Yes, please.
Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, you've
I'm
only
gonna
made
hit-
one bad roll, Leo.
I'm going to hit my strength save like 3 times just to see if I get anything higher. No.
No,
Okay. Okay.
Jesus
I think I broke the streak there.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I got
Anyway,
that one.
we're gonna go back to the one that Ginger currently has. Thankfully, it's is it a natural one or just a regular one?
I can't tell.
It's a regular one because it's plus. It's a natural one because it's plus 0. Okay. Yep.
Yep.
All right. So, Ginger, you try to pull yourself up, and you hear a cracking noise, and you look, and the arm that had been holding on to Sam's horn, it's still holding on to her horn, but it's no longer attached to your body. You are now dangling off the cliff edge by one arm, gripping onto it. Sam, you no longer have to make a strength check, because he's not holding on to you anymore.
Cool. Sam is gonna step back real quick, shift on the spot, reach up to her the shiny sapphire brooch that holds her cloak on. She's gonna rip it off and hold it up and say, "Just come forth. I call upon your aid." And she's gonna try to summon forth the wind elemental that's in the gem to help them.
Alright, one moment. Let me grab.
Man, one of my extra parts would be useful. Maybe I should use it.
Maybe after you get back up again.
Yeah, you'd have to let go of the thing to get the extra limb, and that doesn't seem like a very good idea right now.
No.
You're right. Wait a minute, I forgot. I could just move my limbs and put it on like that.
Oh my god.
You wish.
Yeah.
You wish.
Any limbs that I don't have, I can still move because I'm in
No.
control of them.
No, baby. No, you can't.
Oh.
Okay, let's see. Good elemental. That's a ghast, not an elemental.
Since you have my arm still grabbed onto you, you can just eat it.
Technically, the elemental can appear as different things. So let's see. Elemental gem. The blue sapphire contains a mote of elemental energy. When used in action to break the gem, an air elemental is summoned. As it is for you to cast the conjure elemental spell, and the gem's magic is lost. It said that it could appear as different things on the page. So whatever sprite you have for it, it'll work.
Okie dokie.
As long as it's generally air-like and not solid. And it counts.
Okay, let's see here. Oh, it's not a flame elemental, no.
Okay.
Why do
Use
I have both of these?
a will-o-wisp.
Yeah, that'll work. I'm just picturing the WoW elemental in my head. World 1 dude.
Leo is
That's all.
regretting trying to save a summoned creature right now.
Here we go.
Haley's just like,
What
I
size
thought
are
I
they?
was going across the thing. Why is everybody following me?
What size are they?
Let's see. Oops.
What'd you say?
D&D, hang on. Hang on. D&D wind elemental. I gotta look it up because I don't remember and it doesn't say in the thing. Okay. What is your size? What is your size? I don't. It doesn't say. It doesn't say size.
No. Let's see if I can pull them up. Is it an air elemental or a wind elemental?
That I can tell. Elemental.
Some report air elementals to be as small as 8 to 16 feet tall, while others can be 40 to 80 feet tall.
Well, see, the item, my uncommon item is an elemental gem, blue sapphire.
Large.
So
He's
it doesn't
large.
say if it's.
He's large.
Okay.
Alright. Alright, so you throw this sapphire down. It shatters and expands, and the shards reform into this large, airy, and icy elemental. Pieces of ice and air weaving through its form as it looks upon you, awaiting your order.
And Samoon is going to point frantically at both Gingy and Leo, and she's going to say, "Please rescue them first. Deposit them on the other side, and if you can, come back and bring the rest of us to the other side as well. But save them first."
Okay, how long does the spell last, by the way?
Let me see. That's a good question. I sure wish I had the page up. There we go.
Conjure elemental, casting time 1 minute, concentration for up to 1 hour.
This is not conjure elemental. This is
No,
this is a magical item.
Right, but I thought it casts conjure elemental.
Elemental gem.
Elemental gem. When you use an action to break the gem, the elemental is summoned as if you cast conjure elemental spell.
Okay, and the duration again is
1 hour.
Okay, cool. So the air elemental reaches down to Ginger first because they're here, obviously, and they scoop them up underneath one arm. Ginger only has one arm too. Scoops them up, and then they move forward, almost floating, since the air and ice have really no effect upon them. They reach down with a shard of arm and pick up Pineapple, who goes and goes underneath his arm, and they're gonna continue forward. They've got 2 people, one under each arm at the moment, so they can't help you. They float out over the gap between them. Tally and Leo. Leo, make a strength check to see if you can climb up the rope. Tally, make a strength save to see if you can brace yourself against the edge. God damn it, Tally, why? This is the thing you're good at.
I know, seriously, right?
And then someone's gonna take hold of the rope on this side again to offer one more anchor point while rescue efforts are underway.
Okay, alright. What did you roll? I gotta look.
He's fine.
Alright, so you start climbing your way up, and you make it about halfway before you feel a sudden slackening on the rope to your left, I guess it is, depending on how you're positioned. And then Tally comes tumbling down, and you go, because you suddenly have a large tension on the rope again, and there's 2 people dangling.
Tally goes, "Hi!"
I don't. At least I rolled a 21 for my strength check.
Yep, you're fine. You managed to keep grip on the rope despite these very horrendous odds. Oh god.
I thought you were going to wait for me to finish on my end.
Yeah, I came to save you. And then a
Oh.
dog knocked me in a hole.
What's Blink doing this entire time, by the by?
I was trying
Well,
to.
that's
I
the
thought I
question.
tried
What
to
is
say
that
something
weird ice
earlier.
thing?
I don't think I heard you. I'm sorry, dear.
Yeah, I was trying to do inspiration for somebody
Oh.
at one point, which I think might have made a huge difference, but I think it's a little late for that. I'm also was busy trying to get fuel too.
Ah, okay. I'm sorry, darling. Did not hear you. But yep. So pineapple and ginger, one without an arm, get deposited on the other side of the ravine, and then the ice slash wind. My feet starts heading back towards you guys there, at a even pace.
Now I can grab my extra limb and put it on.
Okay,
Okay.
so what's going on right now? Because I'm a little confused.
There's an ice elemental that Sam just summoned by shattering her magical item gem, who has deposited a one-armed ginger and pineapple on the other side of the ridge, and is now coming back for Tally and Leo, who are currently dangling in the abyss on a rope.
Yep, and
I'm sorry, I'm
Samoon is
getting awful
from the
background noise from somebody.
maybe me. Let me mute. Sorry, it's probably traffic.
Oh, sorry. Who's dangling in the hole?
Tally and Leo. Leo closer
and
to the
Leo.
top than Tally.
Leo's closer. What?
To the top of the hole.
Oh, okay.
Leo almost got out.
Leo did almost get out. And then
Tally
she
almost
keeps
got out, too.
dragging you back in.
Haley would have been fine. If she was climbing up herself, she was fine to go. Y'all came out, I don't know what y'all doing. I was fine.
Would I be able to grab the rope and fly to the other side and try to pull from the other side?
So the end of the rope is tied to Tally at the moment. The other
Okay.
end of the rope is secured to a tree right next to you. Sam is also helping to anchor it by holding the rope and bracing herself. So,
Okay.
unless you can pick up Tally, the answer is no.
I'm assuming not. I'm assuming Tally is a medium creature.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
And
I think
also,
the air
you have
elemental probably will be able to carry us over once she gets back.
Mm-hmm.
Is the air elemental been needing to make any checks to do this?
Oh God,
To do
no.
this stuff?
They can control the wind around them. They don't need to bother with that.
Okay. Shoot, I don't know what to do right now. I was going to try to inspire at least one or two people earlier, but
We didn't hear it. You could. It's perfectly okay if you do nothing.
Yeah. I
yeah.
was just checking in with you and make sure you didn't need to voice a thing that you were wanting to do.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I'll just also brace the rope. Or what about pineapple? What's going on with pineapple?
Pineapple got to the other side. The ice elemental
Oh,
carried him
okay.
over there. He is currently safe and shivering in absolute terror on the other side, probably making some yellow snow.
Okay. Yeah. I'll
Can I,
guess I'll
can I
hold.
pet pineapple?
You may pet pineapple as a free action.
It's okay, pineapple. Your friend's gonna be fine. Just
Yeah.
let him
I'll
go.
just hold, and I don't know.
So Blink, you grab the rope. Sam is grabbing the rope. This tiny little fairy and this giant Goliath are both grabbing the rope. Ice Elemental walks up solemnly to the edge, peers down, kind of comes over here to the other side where the edge of the rope is, grabs the rope, and they are going to have to make a strength check for this to pull you guys up all the way. That's a fucking 7. God damn it. So they're struggling to be able to pull the rope with two fully grown humanoids on the other end. But Leo and Tally, you guys can make athletics checks to climb up to where he is. Or they are. They are genderless. They are an elemental.
Oh, it was almost a 20.
That bastard.
It was on the beat, and then it flipped over to the 8. That was very sad.
Well, at least Tally got it. So here's what happens. So Leo, the rope is swaying a lot because you've got an air elemental up there trying to pull it up from that end. You've got Tally beneath you who's proceeding to climb from that end. So you're pretty hard pressed to not fall to your death. So you're kind of just clinging with arms and legs wrapped around this rope and gritted teeth while it's being basically flailed from both ends. So you are not able to climb up at the moment, but Tally, with a 20, you managed to make it up until you're right, like, below Leo's feet. And, you can either A, try to assist him in climbing, or B, try to climb over him, which will make him need to make a saving throw to not get kicked off the rope.
He's gonna say, "Hey, how you doing? You need some help?"
Maybe a little.
Sure. What can I do for you? Want to hold on to me? I'll climb up.
Oh, we could try that.
Alright, so if you two are assisting each other with the climb, you can choose one of you to make the athletics check with advantage.
I mean, I got a +6 on athletics, but that means nothing.
You can have it because I only have a +2. So
Okay,
you
that's
can
good.
Sorry.
roll.
I hit it twice by sorry.
That's alright, that's alright. It was with advantage, so that's a 25. So yeah, Tally, you kind of wrap your feet around the rope. Leo, you're talking to her, telling her how, mountain climbing usually works. So you guys are kind of working in tandem. One will go up a little bit, and the other one will go up a little bit. And eventually, you reach the top, at which point the air elemental releases the rope and grasps both of you around the waist, one under each arm, and proceeds to go ahead and levitate you, as it was instructed to do, over to the other side of the gorge.
Does that
You.
then mean that because the rope is tied to Tally, that the rope gets stretched all the way across?
Sure does.
Woohoo!
Alright, and he deposits you right here next to the one-armed Ginger sea bread and Pineapple. Ginger is petting Pineapple and trying to fix himself one-handed by pulling out his spare arm parts.
Leo's gonna hold on to the other end of the rope with Tally and kind of like try to use hand signals to tell the other side half of the group to untie the rope from the tree in case we need it again. And I will be right back. Dogs are going crazy.
And then at this point, Samoon will look over at Blink and say, "All right, Blink. I think it's best if you go across next. Since I don't think the elemental can carry us both, since I'm rather large, and I don't want you to get blown across. And if the bridge happens to break under my weight, it's better if I go last."
The
Well,
air,
okay.
the air
Well,
elemental,
all right then.
the air elemental actually reaches you, and since your last instruction to it was come back and take us across if you can, not considering your weight at all, it scoops up you kind of in over one shoulder mode, Miss Goliath.
Oh.
And Blink, it's carrying in the very large palm of its wispy ice sharded hand. But it curls its fingers slightly over Blink so it won't be blown off by other wind.
Oh, all right. Off we go then.
Do you untie the rope before it brings you across?
Actually, because we're gonna have to go back down, she's gonna leave it tied.
Good point. Alright. So you leave it tied there, and the elemental starts floating its way back over. And you think at the back of your mind, how much easier this would have been if you just did this from the start.
I mean, incredibly easy, but this is an item she didn't anticipate she'd ever have to use in her lifetime.
Exactly. Oh man, just think about how that would have been against the Yeti too.
I know. It's okay though.
I mean, you can send her up there to fight, and we'll get up there eventually.
I mean, it only lasts an hour. It's gonna take a little bit longer than that for you to get all the way up the mountain.
for
Yeah.
fun to get up there, but she can fly.
That is true. Okay, yeah. So you are now all deposited on the other side of the abyss. What would you like to do?
Okay, so my headcanon for this item is that she actually received it from the temple. It's a blessing from the goddess of winter, right? And it
Mhm.
just appeared one day, or she was led to its location,
Mhm.
and it's special, and she knows kind of information about it. So I assume she would know, uh, that it's mm, that if her concentration is broken, that it becomes not friendly, and it'll come right back down and beat their ass. So, um, knowing this, she's gonna turn to it and uh, bow respectfully and say, "Thank you very much for the aid. Um, you can return to your realm now if you wish. Thank you again, and best wishes and best travels."
It bows its head solemnly to you, ice crickling and crackling all around it as it does so. And then you see the ice start to shatter and turn into soft, powdery snow. And this icy wind elemental just blows away in a shower of flurries over the side of the mountain, presumably off to its realm once more.
Whew, okay. And then Sam will quickly turn around and explain what just happened, and just explain. So if I were to have lost my concentration, that was over that. It would have attacked us, and I don't have confidence in myself to have constant concentration up the mountain. Um, and if I break concentration, by the way, then I can't dismiss it like that. I can only do that while I'm in control of it. So I hope you understand.
It's fine. Next time there's a path, I think I might just cross it myself to help you all across.
I mean, I
Yes.
was doing fine. I don't know why y'all was coming across the the bridge there. I was almost done.
Well, I saw you fall off, so I went
That was
after
so much
you.
fun. Did you see me? I was swinging and everything.
Totally.
It really did look like a lot of fun.
It was. I'd recommend though, make sure you tie it a little differently. It kind of pulled on my tummy, caused a little bit of pain there. But other than that, that was a blast.
He's gonna start untying it from her, and then take one of the last spikes and kind of put a spike in the ground, and then tie the end of the rope there so it doesn't get blown off.
And as you hammer that spike into the ground, the resounding vibrations of it across the grove
No.
cause an. I'm joking. I'm joking. No.
And so will say, I made sure to leave it tied on the other side so we can get back across. We may have to be extra careful though, given the And then she looks over at the hole in the bridge.
Yeah.
Kelly goes, I'm pretty sure we can jump that.
I jump that all the time with BMX bikes with my cousins.
Okay. Yes, maybe. But I. Should we go ahead, or do we want to rest a little bit again? I'm not sure.
I mean, I'm fine. Move it on.
All right. Well, in that case, let's go. Those townspeople don't have much longer.
All right. So you guys move on from the icy finger of the mountain pass, and start moving slowly again up the curving, spiraling pathway towards the top of the mountain. Go ahead, and are any of you not resistant to cold?
I do not have a resistance to cold.
Okie dokie. You and Pineapple are going to need to make I'm maybe lost bridge. You and Pineapple are gonna just need to make Constitution saving
Even
throws.
as an Akita,
Even as an Akita, because technically Akitas aren't built for like Arctic conditions. They have a bit more fur than others, but they're not a sled dog.
Yeah, you should have gotten
Okay.
husky.
Yeah, if you wanted that, you should have said like Malamute or Husky or I don't know, dire wolf.
Okay.
Okay, let's
I
see.
figure a direwolf would have actually been a thing. The dog was probably just flavor to not be a desert animal.
And I'm gonna say that you guys, pineapple and also words.
Leo.
Sorry, Leo. You do have advantage on the con checks because of the hot rocks that you got from Sam.
Yeah.
Planning ahead, boy.
All right, so yeah, that's gonna be 18, 17. You both passed. You're both doing fine. Pineapple rolls with a snowdrift. He shakes it off. He walks it up. And you guys start moving up the mountain again. The wind here isn't quite as loud as it was before as you start to ascend a little bit quicker. The spiraling pathway is starting to get a little bit thinner as you ascend up the side of the mountain because the mountain itself is contracting in width. So the second leg of the journey actually only takes about 2 more hours ish before you're almost at the top of the mountain. As you go, the trees become sparser for the most part until you reach a halo of evergreens just at the very base of the mountain itself.
Ooh,
Sorry, at the very base of the zenith of the mountain itself. And you guys are actually coming in
fancy.
about right here. If you can see my ping, let me load your characters up on there.
Phew.
Let me zoom out. Oh god, no, 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 don't go.
Oh, this is a big map.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It sure do be bigot.
Uh-huh.
And then grab
Is there any way I'd be able to tell about how far away we think we are from the Yeti?
Do you have some kind of Yeti sensing power?
No, just assuming it's up on the top.
And he could fly. He probably has the best vantage point.
Well, flying normally, yes, but you are up in the mountains where the winds are extremely
Oh,
bad. I would not recommend it. I mean, you can if you want to.
yeah. No, 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 you got a point.
Oh, and then we still need the pineapple. Yep.
It just takes me a minute sometimes. I'm sorry.
And pineapple's a size bigger, I think. I've been able to pull over for a sec or stop for a second.
There you go.
Boom. There we go. Cool.
Puppy.
Popper.
Cool, cool.
Yeah, imagine getting run over by that, Leo.
Oh boy.
He doesn't have to imagine.
just imagine Libby twice her size.
Yeah. It was great.
Or maybe a Libby, horse-sized Libby. That's how I'm imagining it.
That seems accurate.
I should have just let him fall down the hole. He's just a summoning creature.
But he has thoughts and
Oh.
feelings and emotions.
He's gonna if that had happened, he would have developed a harbor resentment of you, like somebody I know. Just saying.
And I was just gonna say that we you could play Pineapple in the B team one shots the last Friday of every month, Leo. Don't you want to be Pineapple?
No.
Oh, come on. He's the goodest boy.
Oh, I'm
Well,
fine.
besides Arthur anyway. Nobody can beat Arthur. Anywho,
Arthur's a lot of fun.
Arthur is awesome. We are sad that the player is not here at the moment.
Yeah.
But maybe for Sunday's one shot.
Maybe they pop up at the last second as we get murdered.
Yeah, and they revive you all, and y'all run.
Yes.
That sounds
Yep.
very accurate. But
And then
anywho,
just move the town.
you guys made it up to the zenith of the mountain itself. I
Gosh,
assume you're kind of going at the same setup that you were before.
Yes.
Yep.
All right, cool. So your party is moving up the mountain, and you can actually sort of see the peak from where you are now. It looks like it's only a couple of turns of the path away. Leo, go ahead and make me a perception check.
Receiving.
23? Good. All right, Leo, you can see just vaguely at the very, very top of the mountain a rather weird looking, almost conical formation of ice with wisps of grayish smoke rising out of it.
He's gonna whisper, I think that's its heart.
It looks a
And he's
little
gonna
bit
kind of point it
small
out.
for a Yeti to live in, but maybe you're just far away.
Yeah, could be.
Well, perhaps we should get a closer look. Does it look safe to proceed?
He's gonna nod, but he's gonna suggest we all be quiet.
I'm not really good at that.
I can cast a spell to fortify us a little bit better, but it takes about a minute. That's about a minute long song.
Maybe save it
Singing.
for when something happens. But that definitely sounds useful, Blink.
Yeah.
At the first sign of trouble, perhaps.
Okay, I don't know if I can do it during a fight though. It takes a whole minute.
Oh, you know what? That's fair. Well, I'm alright with it if you're alright with it.
I mean, it might let the monster know we're here.
I can
Unless
sing at this volume.
whisper it.
You lost your accent, Blink. Do you have a sore throat?
I actually do. That's not it. Oh yeah, there we go. uh, Candlelight will be the new saviors, for it's the town of. I already forgot the name of it. Worcester. Worcester. Okay, close enough.
Wordston.
Yes. I'm blanking so hard right now.
Wordston.
But yeah, essentially I'm casting motivational speech. I had the song and I'm heavily distracted right now. I'm sorry.
It's okay. All right, and motivational speech. Let me just pull up your thing since you're a little bit distracted at the moment.
It is a 1 minute casting time, 1 hour duration.
Mm-hmm. And this is under actions probably.
Spells, 3rd level spell. I don't know if it'd be under the actions.
Okay.
I know there's temporary hit points involved. I know that much.
So you address allies, staff, or innocent bystanders to exhort and inspire them to greatness, whether they have anything to get excited about or not. Choose up to 5 creatures within range that can hear you. For the duration, each affected creature gains 5 temporary hit points and has advantage on wisdom saving throws. If an affected creature is hit by an attack, it has advantage on the next attack roll it makes. Once affected creatures loses the temporary hit points granted by this spell, the spell ends for that creature.
Okay.
So
yeah, that'd be everybody but myself, if I'm remembering that, if I'm counting correctly.
Okie dokie. So everybody, including Pineapple, gains 5 temporary hit points, except for Blink. and you have advantage on wisdom saving throws until you lose those 5 temporary hit points. And you also have advantage on your next attack after you get hit until the spell ends in an hour or until you lose those hit points. Okay?
Yep.
Alright, go ahead and Blink, you need to roll me a stealth check for quiet singing, if you could.
Oh no, this is gonna be just so great. And do 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 do.
I'm living up.
Where did stealth go? Oh, it didn't scroll all the way. Weird. Oh, I'm not. I don't feel too scared.
Why would you say that?
Eh,
You jinxed yourself. You almost jinxed yourself.
almost. Thank God for that +8.
So she just sings it very quietly. It's like a whisper song, like a secret ballad. And you feel pretty confident in that you probably haven't attracted too much attention.
Yay for expertise.
Yay! Alright, so are you guys gonna start heading up the pathway or making any other preparations first?
That's a good question.
Leo's gonna pull out his sword in one hand, crossbow in the other, and just get ready to walk.
I can't wild shape because we didn't do a short rest, so
Don't you have more
Summon
than
would
one?
just.
Don't you have more
You
than
only had
one
one
wild
wild shape?
shape?
I have multiple?
Yeah, you should.
You
Hold on,
should.
let me see how many you have, because I think it's based on your level.
Well, fancy.
Sam. Actions. Oh no, I'm out of shape. Before twice per short rest.
Nice. In that case, you see that Samoon, just shrinks down, and at your feet is a small Arctic fox, and she'll try to not only be stealthy but also use her heightened hearing to listen for any yetis or otherwise.
Alright, so you will have advantage on your stealth checks and perception checks. Leo, you will have advantage on them because mountains. Alright. Anybody else doing anything before you start heading up?
I don't think there's anything else I can do.
Ginger, anything you want to do before you start heading up the mountain to where there's undoubtedly a Yeti?
There, there we
I wanna
go.
lick my staff and sharpen it up.
You sharpen your staff. Okay.
Oh yeah, did you ever put your arm back on?
Yes, he put his
Yes.
arm back on.
Okay. Alright, good.
That was more for flavor because it was a natural one than it was actual damage.
I guess I'll get out my battle axe and prepare
Alright.
that.
My arm is a little bit loose on me though. I could use a bit of frosting to help keep it on.
I got some bubble gum.
You know what? It's good enough.
She hands him a bubble gum. Anybody else want some gum?
Who's not really good at the sneaky sneak?
Me!
Would do that.
Someone
And
will give a sort of a tail.
we're like, oh, okay, and then like kind of getting excited, like, and getting up to whisper in your ear, like, would you like to be invisible?
Oh, that would be awesome. I've always wanted to be invisible.
Okay,
I mean-
and then
Samoon kind of is invisible. She's against the snow, so she looks at Tally and like wags her tail. Yeah, do Tally. Tally invisible.
And Taily, if she had a tail, would be wagging her tail too.
It's only a matter
and
of
then-
when, not if.
and then let's see, okay, cool, verbal component. So like Blink will go, okay, cool, cool, cool. I only really have the magics to make one of us invisible, though. So here you go. And then he'll go, beepity boppity boop, and touch your nose as you turn invisible.
Oh, this is exciting.
And that is a concentration spell, so
Look, Sam, I found you a fox.
it is a concentration up to an hour. Concentration up to an hour.
Does it go away when I attack?
Yes.
Okay.
How long is this spell? Oh, that's a minute. I'm gonna hold off on that one.
All right, I'm ready.
Yeah, I think I'm also ready. Okay, yeah.
Sorry
Alright.
about that.
You're good.
Crater noises. Jeez.
You're good. Everybody was just preparing for the stealth journey up the mountain.
I'm invisible.
I'm a
Yeah,
sneaky little fox.
I'm pretty sure something's in the crawl space between the roof and the roof and the ceiling.
It's Santa Claus.
Is the season.
Oh, do you hear the rumbling on my end?
No, there was like something digging in our roof on the ceiling.
It's probably a rat.
Oh.
You should let me befriend it.
It could also be a ghost. I mean, that could be a possibility.
No, we get critters.
What if it's stuff with a rat?
Ghost of a rat. It's Drizzle! Alright, anywho,
At least it wasn't Vizzle.
I'm gonna need you.
Vizzle calls volcanoes to erupt.
That's true. You don't want a volcano erupting in your roof. It would cause severe property damage and it would put you in a very poor market area. But anywho, are you guys moving in the same order that you were up the mountain?
Samoon will kind of pull ahead to try and perceive any dangers, but stick close enough to Leo that if he alerts to any, like there's a hole under the snow or something like that, then she can quickly correct.
Okay.
Yeah, Leo stays towards the front, letting Samu, of course, ahead of them. But
All right. So we've got Sam, Leo, then Tally, then Blink / Pineapple, and Ginger.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. I'm going to need you to all roll stealth checks as you head up the mountain. Leo, Sam, and Tally, you guys have advantage on that.
And then I also have disadvantage because of my armor.
So it's just a straight roll.
Yup.
Good thing it's a 22 for your first one.
Mm-hmm. Whew.
And
my
for my stealth, I roll a 22 as well.
I got a 16.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
And then, do you
Think I'll
got
roll
pineapples already?
I can do pineapples, yeah.
Okay,
Ginger, roll your stealth check.
Alright.
It's weird that these these creatures that you can summon and whatnot don't have skill points.
I mean, some of them do, actually. It depends on which one you're looking at. Pineapple isn't one of the ones that has a special skill in anything, but there are some creatures that do.
You know-
when I said BRB, you told me I had an advantage on something. I did not catch what that was.
Stealth checks. You have advantage on stealth checks because mountains.
Okay.
In hindsight, we probably should have made the giant dog invisible.
Yeah, but he got a 17.
I mean, I
He's
would have had a 6.
He's like crawling along on his belly. He's trying to be as stealthy as possible.
He good stealthy boy.
He's doing like friendly call, like meeting a new dog but wants to be friendly but like cautious. So it's like doing that little crawl on his belly.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Let me see what
Wiggle,
passive
wiggle, wiggle.
perception we've got going on here.
Ow.
Okay. Okay. Alright, so you guys start making your way up the mountain. Anybody on the lookout for things? I think Sam and Leo said they're definitely looking out for things.
Yes.
Go
I
ahead
can
as
look. It doesn't mean I'm gonna see.
you can go ahead and roll perception as you guys start to make your way up the mountain.
She did decent. Oh, good job, Taylor.
Good job, Taylor. Damn, Sam.
Yeah.
And Leo. Yeah.
Blink is going to be looking for Yetis, green Yetis.
Alright, go ahead and
Where
roll
is this
for me, Blink.
green?
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
A 12.
She did good job.
Ginger, go ahead and roll perception for me.
Oh.
Ginger, did you hear me?
Oh no, I didn't.
Roll perception for me.
Okay.
Okie doke. So you guys start to make your way up the mountain. You can go ahead and move your tokens if you want. As you can see, it takes a very curvy path around towards the summit. As you are moving up, you notice that the winds have died down just a little bit. Starting to... I'll move your token for you, Blink. Oh no, Leo, you're in draw mode and not move mode.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Be careful. Don't delete yourself.
I moved
Are you trying to
myself.
draw pineapple red?
No.
Painting pineapples red. Painting pineapples red.
And when you get about here, Sam, you notice that there is... Wait, Ginger, wait. Ginger, wait.
Ginger, you're supposed to be in the back of the party. Get back there.
Get back there, Ginger. You're watching for goblins trying to bite your butt. Alrighty.
Yeah, I hope that doesn't bite me in the butt later.
When you get to about here, Sam, you notice that the rocks here next to you are looking kind of unstable, as is the ground that leads to them. It looks like if you don't step just right, you might cause a little bit of a miniature avalanche on yourself and your party.
Okay. Then Sam will pause and kind of give like a very tiny little yip, and like look at the party and perk their ears up and pointedly look at the spot, trying to draw their attention to it.
Leo, with a 20, you notice what she's trying to point out right away. The rocks are very uneven here.
Okay, he'll turn to the party behind him and be like, "Step where I step. Very careful."
And since you managed to spot it and point it out, everybody can make their dexterity checks with advantage. Going over this right here.
Would I still have to make dexterity
No, you
checks if I'm like
fly.
just hovering?
You're fine.
Yeah.
You fly.
I'll hover just over the ground because I'm trying to be sneaky.
Oh, so we all gotta make dex checks?
Yes, with advantage.
With advantage.
Oh, god damn it, Sam.
She tripped over her own tail.
That's just
I'm glad that was with
twice.
advantage.
That's just +2 for just +2 for pineapple.
Yeah, I can make the dex check for pineapple. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Alright, mine was a 19 in total.
Blake does not need to make one. Tally made one. Okay, yep, everybody made them. So a majority of you move over the rocks very carefully, very slowly. And you make it to the other side. Sam, you'd been waiting for everybody to move over them just because you wanted to make sure that they all got over there before you hopped your way to the other side. And as you do, your little paw hits a pebble that's quite uneven, and you skid and you fall, and you go ahead and you roll me a d4 really quick.
Hey, do that. I go here. Do that. Do this. If that's a D6, D4. Yeah, that seems like a lot.
That seems like I think you rolled a d6 and 3d4. I'm just gonna hold on.
Yeah. Um.
I got it. Okay, so you're gonna go ahead and take 3 bludgeoning damage as a couple of rocks skitter down on top of you. And then roll me a d100.
Delightful. Okay. Click on the thing. Click on the thing. Roll to everyone. Hmm.
Okay.
That seems not so bueno.
You hear a loud rumbling sound as the rocks cascade further down the cliff face beyond you. Fortunately, not above you, but beyond you. And you see a small cloud of rising white from further down the mountain. Good thing you weren't under that, though.
Yep, sure is. But she kind of shakes it off. She kind of shakes it off, pauses her head a minute, and then tries to follow after again, more carefully.
Okay, so you guys continue making your way along, keeping your same stealth rolls. Let's see here. Okay. All right. So you move along, and it is night by now. You're looking at about probably 8 or 9 in the evening at this point that you finally made your way all the way up to the top of this mountain. The sky is amazingly clear tonight. You can see the stars. Did you just jump up the mountain, Sam?
No, I'm having. I can't really drag my thing. I'm trying. Every time I try to move the map, it either grabs the character and moves the wrong direction, or when I try to move my character, it moves the map. It's really frustrating.
Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway, it's a really clear night. You can see all of the stars glistening in the sky above. The moon is out. It is full, and it is a warm
Oh,
yellow coloration. Sam jumps off the mountain.
I'm. Is it annoying? I'm sorry.
You're fine. I think it's funny. Um,
Wait, what happened?
well, she almost fell off the mountain. Anyway, move your character, Ginger. I have to move
Oh,
Blake.
sorry.
And when you get to about here, you can make another perception check for me, you guys.
Wait, where? I didn't see where you were pointing.
Just make a perception check from where you are right now.
Alright.
Okay.
Leo still gets advantage.
I believe so, yes.
Oh, wait, we have to do 2 rolls for advantage and disadvantage?
Not you, but Leo.
Oh.
And then Blink. We're gonna go ahead and take that, yeah, take that one, Leo. Yep. It's the same as the other one, Leo. God damn it. Anywho. Blink, you gonna roll for perception?
Yeah, I did 12.
You rolled again? I don't see you there.
All right. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I thought you were still resolving stuff from earlier.
Nope. This is a new perception check.
Oh, okay. No, I have not rolled that yet. Could you roll that for me, actually?
Yep. Blink. Abilities, skills, perception.
I have a whole +1.
You did well, actually. In
I have
fact,
a -1.
you and Sam are the only ones who notice and hear that there is the sound of soft humming coming from somewhere in the what you now can tell is an igloo up at the top of the mountain.
Sam will kind of look over at Leo and see if he registers the same thing, and then she'll kind of.
Sorry, it was Sam and Blink. Sam and Blink heard it, not Leo.
Oh, Sam and Blink, yeah. In that case, Sam will look over at Blink, see if he registers it, and then Sam's gonna look up at. Sorry, text from my optometrist. um, gonna. I'm gonna move my character briefly just because I can't ping on mobile for some reason, but she's gonna look at this, like the. If I there. She's gonna look at this area. She's gonna look at this area and see how easy it would be to climb. Maybe they can sneak up behind the igloo instead of going around.
It is about a 10 foot of ice. Sam is probably the only one who could like reach the top of it with their hands while standing upright, without having to do some actual climbing. But it's doable. It's not doable.
Okay. In that case, Sam is gonna kind of go. God dang it! Just select the token. Sorry, and she's gonna walk around that rock or whatever it is, come over here and shift back into her normal form.
Okay.
And then kind of wave the others over to this spot specifically. And once they're close enough, she'll whisper quietly.
Leo will come close.
All right. I can reach up here without climbing, so what I'm thinking is there's obviously somebody in that thing up there. Now that we're closer, it looks a bit too small to be a Yeti, but they might know where the Yeti is. Just for a shortcut, how do you feel about me boosting you all up there? That way we don't have to go around.
Sounds like a plan.
Sure, I
Right.
can help boost some people up too.
Right, well, I suppose who wants to go first? Just remain quiet, just in case.
Should I look out? Should I look out? Get up there and look out for us.
If you think you can do so without being spotted, sure.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll be stealthy. I'll do the sneaky sneak.
All right.
And hey, you're, well,
And she kind of looks over at where Tay's voice is coming from, but she can't see Tay.
maybe you should go up next. Again, just because,
Or if you have another rope, I can take it up with me and pull everyone, help pull people up. I kind of use my rope, so I don't really. Hold on, let me check and make sure I don't have another rope.
I think the only one who still has rope is the gingerbread man, if he still has gingerbread. If he still has a rope. If he brought it with.
He did bring a rope with, yes.
Well,
All right, well, I guess I'll just climb up then.
You say to the Goliath woman who is almost at head height with the wall.
Yeah. Samoon takes a knee, or does the thing where like she folds her hands and can take somebody's foot and like hoist them up.
Sure.
And I would move up by the igloo to just keep a lookout.
Yeah, and obviously she can't see Tay, so she's gonna wait until a foot is deposited into her hands before she starts hoisting.
So, Tay, do you let her assist you climb up there?
Yes.
All right. Since Sam is hoisting, you don't have to make nobody has to make athletics checks to get up there if she's hoisting you one by one. However, Sam, you need to make an athletics check.
I sure do. Let's do it.
I was also once I'm up there, when individuals are climbing, I can try to like grab them and pull them up.
You're now
Or
Sam
she can just chuck them up there. I mean, that works too.
hop, 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 hop. Everybody's up there. Even throws pineapple up there.
You see,
Everybody,
Sam.
everybody, go ahead and roll stealth checks for me while you're getting up this mountainside, though, because you're right next to the igloo where somebody's humming.
Stealth checks. Hopefully it's good. I don't have advantage anymore.
I feel like
Damn it.
Blink is like actually trying to not hum along or hum in tune with this for a second. If they're humming fairly well. That's an 11 for me.
So the singing abruptly stops as bodies start hitting the snow up here at the top, muffled as it is by that nice layer of frost. And you hear some rustling and footsteps and the creaking at the door at the front of the
Wiggly.
Wigloo opens, and an elderly woman peers around the side. Oh, was that chip chapping on my mountain?
Leaves like
Someone will give a friendly wave.
So this old woman is clothed from head to toe in very nice blue robes with a little blue knit shawl kind of tied around her neck to ward off the chill. She's got long white hair, wrinkled, knobbly features, pretty pale too. And she just looks at you with like an air of elderly confusion. She's like, "What are you children doing on my mountain? It's
We were looking for this gem that we thought this big yeti took from our town, and we thought they were all the way up here. But I like your humming.
oh, well, thank you, dearie." With that insight, Leo, she looks like a little old lady who's extremely confused as to why you're here. Gem, you say you're looking for precious gems? There's no mines on this mountain, dearie.
Oh,
No,
no, ma'am.
someone took a gem from us. Sorry.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Or you go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, no, Sam's just like,
No, ma'am. You see, it's a magical gem. It was enchanted by our mayor, to impart heat. A magical heat to keep our town sustained, and right now, our townspeople are freezing to death. If we don't get that gem back soon, everyone will perish. So we are really in dire straits and need to find it. You wouldn't have happened to have seen a large green fellow around here, have you?
Well, can't say that I've seen a green gentleman. And, a lot of trees around here, green evergreens. Yes. What sort of stone are you looking for again? What's it look like?
Leo's gonna look around on the ground to see if he sees those giant footprints.
Oh yeah, fucking everywhere.
And
In fact,
Samu,
this area right out here, like in the very center, just in front of her igloo, looks like it's almost been trampled flat several times over. The snow is very hard packed down over there.
He's gonna go over there, look at the little lady, look back at the thing, and he's gonna go. You seem like you're being honest, but these footprints tell a different story.
Wait, what?
Footprints, dearie?
And he points down to the ground.
Oh. Oh, I don't really know what did that. I did hear some thumping and bumping around earlier this afternoon, but I thought it might be a bear, and I can't really handle that, so I stayed in my house.
What is a lady like you doing on top of a mountain alone? I've lived here a couple of years and I've never heard of you.
Oh, I've always lived on this mountain. Um, I've lived here for oh, and she starts counting on her fingers.
someone's gonna squint at the old lady now that Leo's kind of pieced things together a little bit, and she's like,
So hold on 1 minute for me. Da, 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 da.
Leo failed his insight check, but he's like, there's footprints everywhere. How is she telling the truth?
Yeah. So, Sam, as this old woman talks, although she sounds fairly sincere, when you catch a glimpse of her eyes, there's this knowing glint there that does not match the soft and slightly confused words that tumble from her elderly lips.
Ooh, could I also do an insight?
You of course can, yes. Anybody who wants to can do an insight check, except for Pineapple, because Pineapple's busy rolling over and over again in the strands of thick green fur that are also all over the ground here.
yeah, and then someone will kind of look at
Am I
stare at the
allowed
old
to
woman.
try again?
No, you can only try the one time with that insight check. You think this lady's telling the truth. She's probably just scared of bears.
Question.
Yes.
With whatchamacallit, inspiring speech or motivational speech.
Mm-hmm.
Does that give advantage on saves or checks? Because I think
This is
I think
not
it was
wisdom.
save. It was a
saves
wisdom
only.
save.
Okay.
And this is also not
Oh.
wisdom at all. This is charisma. Insight is
Oh,
charisma
okay. I didn't
checks.
remember what insight was, so.
Yeah, insight is no wait, insight is wisdom. That's correct. Sorry, my brain.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Deception is charisma. Don't worry about it. Anyway.
Yep. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah, but still, it's not saves. It's checks. Anywho, so yeah, 10. Ginger, you think she's probably telling the truth. She's just afraid of bears. So Sam, though, you don't think. Oh, somebody's here.
Hmm?
Hold on a sec. Sam, incited. Yep. Sorry, they're typing.
Oh, you're fine.
While they're typing, Taylor's gonna do insight, but she don't have no insight. So she's probably just gonna be like, alright, this lady seems legit, let's go. She did better than I
Actually,
thought.
yes, that is exactly what you think. She's like, oh yeah, I mean, it seems legitimate. Bears are a problem. Fucking bears.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to tussle with a bear, on my own. I'd like to have some help, even though it can be kind of fun.
Would Blink notice the green fur?
Leo's pointed it and the footprints out, so yes.
Okay. Is there green fur in the igloo? Oh, like, are we in the igloo right now, or
You
did
are
she
not
come
in the
outside?
igloo. You are not in the igloo. You were outside the igloo.
However, Sam is going to stare at the woman and ask, "We're fairly tired and chilled to the bone. Could we perhaps come inside and rest a minute before we head back down the mountain?"
Oh, dear, no, no. My igloo is quite small. I would only be able to fit perhaps one of you at a time. It's fairly full of everything I need to survive out here. After all, it's a very cold existence up here on the top of the mountain.
Um, Leo is going to cast on himself speak with animals as one of his ranger abilities. He could do once per day, and down rocket. Sorry. And
Down, Rocket.
he's going.
Like, how do you know my name?
Oh my god, he's gonna talk to what I just blanked on the name.
Pineapple.
Yes, pineapple. Thank you. And ask pick up one of the green tufts and apparently speak Akita now. Woof, 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 woof. Can you? Does this old lady smell like this tuft of hair?
And Pineapple sniffs the tuft of hair, and then he's gonna go over and start to sniff at the lady. And Sam says, "I see. In that case, would it be too much to ask that you bring out perhaps a bit of food or water? We needed to come inside." And the witch, the lady,
Who is definitely not the witch.
not the witch at all. This is why I can't lie to you. This is why I can't lie to you about your present, okay? Like, it's good that you don't know what the fuck it is, because otherwise I would have to lie to you and you would know right away. So yeah. So the lady says, "Oh yes, no, I can certainly bring you out some food. Would you like some hot cocoa? I have some of that, and some winter apples and whatnot. And oh, goodness, aren't you a friendly little one?" And she's going to, as Pineapple sniffs her, she's gonna reach out and go ahead and pet Pineapple softly on the head, and Pineapple sniffs her, and his ears perk up, and he looks back at Leo, and he goes, "Aroof!" which you understand as yes.
Wait, hold up.
Leo.
This person could have poisoned the hot cocoa for all we know.
Who's ever heard
Leo
of poisoned apples?
is going to raise his crossbow that's in his in his one hand, aim at her, and go, "I'm sorry, but you're the green beast I'm looking for. So give back the gem, or I'm gonna shoot you."
Oh,
Perfect thing to say in the perfect situation.
That's not very hospitable. I don't like that. Well, go ahead and roll intimidation for me. Ba, ba, ba. Well, she's currently standing in front of the door at her igloo. So you'd have to literally shove her out of the way to do that. Also shove Pineapple out of the way. And while you might be able to shove her, I'm not so sure about Pineapple. Oh, and intimidation. 16, that's pretty decent.
Wait a minute, I just realized something. Did Taylor talk to her?
Not yet.
Okay, I thought you mentioned something or asked something. But if we
Mm-mm.
could come inside.
No, I read what
Good
Sam has.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
I'm about to say, like,
so Sam, you move closer and prepare to try and grab her if she tries to run inside. All right, and Leo, you level your crossbow at her and you make your ultimatum at her, and she's like, "Oh dear, that's really not very nice at all, is it?" And her eyes are going to glow a brilliant blue, and the blue kind of extends over her skin to the rest of herself, and those wrinkles become
Knew it.
more deep, more jagged, more pronounced, as you are currently looking at a Bahir hag standing before you. And then,
You better not have
Leo,
been the person who baked me.
it actually is Ginger.
Dun,
oh
dun,
Wait,
god.
dun.
what?
Yeah, Ginger.
Hi.
For the first time in ages, you are staring at the face of the Winter Witch, the woman of the wood who baked you into existence. And
I
Leo, from behind you, you feel a rumbling in the earth itself as that hard packed snow and dirt raises and shakes off. And behind you,
Jesus Christ.
is
bursting
that the
through
thing
the
you were
snow,
preparing for this entire time?
maybe. Bursting through the snow is the abominable Yeti. And
Ah!
Leo, you had an action ready to fire upon her, so you may take it if you wish. And
That is so big.
then after that, everybody's gonna roll initiative.
Yeah,
None of you try to defeat this
I'll take
hag.
it.
This is my enemy,
And I miss.
not yours.
Oh, you definitely do, yeah.
You know how you usually see the dice animate across the screen? I
Mhm.
saw it get thrown up, and then it land, and it was just a 5. It didn't roll. The animation was lazy.
Sadness. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Alright, so we do
Aw.
what now?
I'm gonna roll initiative.
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 Again, my initiative is wrong.
I almost had a 16.
then I'll
I
fix
almost
it.
had 16. Gosh darn it.
Did I roll again?
Um,
Because I rolled and then you cleared it.
Sorry. I thought I got there before anybody did it. Here, you don't have to roll again. You can just adjust it
Okay.
in there.
I mean, I don't have to have a 5.
Nope, it's a 5.
Oh, me and Taylor are in the same group then.
Just so you know, nobody tried to defeat this hag. This hag is my enemy. She baked me and tried to kill me. Now
I
it's
mean-
my revenge.
I mean, you bake yourself as well, don't you? You just baked that arm earlier today.
I know, but I need to do that
Existential
for the sake
crisis
of my
activated.
survival. This person did it because they wanted to eat me.
Oh, well, alright, yeah. I guess I can
She-
understand then.
She
Go
tried
for it.
everything she could just to get me in her mouth and eat me.
And none of this
Luckily,
trip
I
rang any bells
managed
when we
to
were coming up the
rebel.
hill?
Now, I swear, I will kill her.
Well, you
All right,
can't
never
move
mind
because
then.
you're in initiative, so go back to where you were before.
Glad I've been sharpening this candy cane.
For just such
Now
an
it's a
occasion.
spear. Now it's a spear, and now I'm going to impale you.
Okay. Well, you'll have to wait your turn to do that because currently it is Leo's turn.
It's me.
Leo is going to drop his crossbow, turn, and take a step towards the Yeti. I'm assuming I can hit it from there with how big his picture is.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. I wasn't sure if I needed to stand somewhere specific as the
No.
picture. And as he steps and turns, he'll pull out his second sword,
Oh, hey.
and he'll use his Dread Ambusher to do a total of 3 normal attacks, and then his bonus to do a second I forgot what it's called. The 2-weapon fighting attack.
Mm-hmm.
So, on attack. So that's the first one. Ow. Second one. Oh. Oh, come on! Well,
He's a wiggly
action.
one.
Oh my god.
Thank God you hit with one of them.
The one. Okay. Awesome. Which only does 1/6. Hold on. Which one's a 6-sided? That's a 6-sided roll. There we go. 4 points of damage. That's all he does.
Alrighty, so you hit this guy for 4 points of damage, and he kind of looks down at you, bits of snow and ice cascading off of his heavily tusked form, and he roars at you. Anything else for your turn, Leo?
Because I made one successful attack on it, I'm going to mark him as my favorite foe.
Mm-hmm.
That'll help later on, but he's my favorite foe for the next minute at least.
Okie dokie. I put a little eye icon on him there.
It's so little.
Tiny!
It's so tiny.
He's just adorable. Alright, Ginger, you're up.
I'm going to impale this old hag in the eye.
Okay, so you step up and you start unleashing?
Yes.
Go ahead and, yep, there you go. Alright, so first one is a natural 1. Let me get the
Oh,
crit fail
no.
chart.
D&D Beyond just does
Am I
not
able
roll
to
good
try
for us
again?
ever.
You do have other attacks, but we gotta do the crit fail chart first.
Yeah.
Does that mean I have to roll a D100?
You will, yes.
Alright.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was still reading favored foe. Not sure everything that it did, but apparently because I made it my favorite foe, it did additional 1d4 points of damage to it. Not that that really does anything.
That's okay. Every little bit counts. Roll that extra d4 of damage.
Oh, look at that!
It's
It's
4.
four.
It does more. You've done 8 damage to him. Good job. Yeah, and roll that d100, Ginger.
What does that do?
Let's see. Hold on, Patrick. No, not right now. Not right now, baby. Let's see. Roll a dexterity. Roll a dexterity check.
Alright.
You're good. You feel like you're about to slip a little bit, and your weapon almost flies out of your grip, but you grasp it tight, and you swing back in for your second attack. Or, sorry, your bonus attack, actually.
Alright. Alright, so I just do the candy cane staff again.
Do your bonus attack first. You're unarmed.
Oh, alright. Time for a knuckle sandwich.
Alright, that hits. Roll damage for that.
Alright, gladly.
Alright, she's gonna take 6 damage as a candy cane smacks her across the face. Go ahead and roll your second attack.
Alright, so now I do the candy cane staff.
Mm-hmm.
Is that enough?
Let me check her.
Okay.
No,
Sorry about that.
actually. Welcome back. No,
Thank you.
actually, that does not hit. She manages to nimbly dart out of the way as your next candy cane stripe sends a puff of snow up just next to her. You missed her by a few inches. Go ahead and roll your bonus unarmed.
Alright. I'm gonna murder you.
That one hits. And roll your damage on that. It's like the staff is hitting the ground, and then you're hitting her with your candy cane fist along the backswing. The 9 damage. Okay, cool. All right. You okay? Sam?
I'm gonna make you feel the pain I felt when I was first baked and I had to run away as fast as I could. Luckily, you couldn't catch me, 'cause I'm the gingerbread man.
Well, you won't be able to run for long when I eat your legs off.
Over my dead body.
That's the idea. Now, do you want
Oh,
to
you sicko.
do you want to spend any of your key points to do flurry of bows and attack again, or are you gonna be done?
You know what? This time, it's worth it.
Okie dokie. Take a look at you really quick and see.
so-
Yes?
I was fairly distracted. We had a caregiver come over for an interview for my mom.
Perfect.
Is there a clear connotation between the witch and the Yeti? Like, did she very clearly summon the dude, or did he just pop up?
She did a magical thing to change her appearance back to what it actually is. You didn't see her, like, summon him. He appears to have been hiding under the ice and snow. But considering she was lying about his presence, you can infer that they are in some way connected.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
No problem.
Also, it's his turn next, and I don't like that.
No, you shouldn't like that. Okay, hold on one second.
Rick, Genji, extend your turn as long as you can.
Alright. So you spend 1 key point, and now you can make 2 more unarmed strikes if you want to.
Then I'm gonna do that.
Oh, that one hits. Second one does not, though. But the first one does, so roll damage for that one. And that's 7 damage. You've just dealt a good amount to this old winter witch bridey bat. Alrighty, and that'll end your turn. And now it's the Yeti's turn. So the Yeti is going to suck in a large amount of air. You can see his furry green distended stomach begin. Yes, Sam?
Ignore that.
Okay. You can see his furry green descended stomach starting to fill up as air fills his lungs. Leo, you feel the tug of it as the icy air whips past you, and then all at once it is thrown out at you and the entire party in a giant cone of cold breath. And I need everybody to please make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
Tally passes.
Oh,
Why I have to go so late in initiative?
Oh no.
Oh, fucking hell.
My bones. Why does it keep rolling? I'm not touching anything.
Oh, that's the incorrect amount.
Oh. Good thing I have cold resistance.
Yeah, same. I don't know why it keeps doing the custom rolls. I'm not touching the screen.
It's okay. I messed up anyway because I had the DC and the damage wrong, so I just need to roll that again. Anyway. Okay.
I'm sure I failed.
Same.
Yeah, you definitely did.
Oh, wait a minute. I just realized I did Constitution check, not save, even though the modifier is the same.
Reroll.
That's up to Aaron.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Ginger, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
If it's worse, I'm gonna laugh.
Also,
okay,
just a side
fine.
note, whoever gets hit and does not lose all their 5 temporary hit points, you'll have advantage on your next attack.
That's true.
Woo!
Well, Blank, unfortunately, doesn't quite make it. All right, so, Sam.
Uh-huh.
Let's see, where is yours? Oh, there it is. 5. Okay, Sam, Leo, Blink, um, Ginger, I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
All right.
Oh, and I should roll one for Pineapple.
Guessing
Does
which
it get
lady
the
doesn't have
witch?
to.
Is that
Oh,
good
good.
enough?
No, not quite. So, Ginger, Blink, Sam, and Leo, all of you are going to take 23 cold damage.
Ooh.
Can
Does
I
that get
use
reduced
absorb
down?
elements as a reaction?
I'm sorry, what was that, Leo?
Can I use absorb elements as a reaction?
You can. And it does get halved for Blink and Ginger.
How
To
many-
21 or 20 or to 11 or 12.
To 11.
Okay.
How much damage was that again? I missed it.
23 cold
23.
damage.
The life.
Doesn't Goliath also have resistance?
Do Goliaths have resistance to cold?
Yeah.
Cool, then it gets halved for you too.
So
Which
it'll get halved for me, and I absorb some. I'm rereading the spell.
What's the new damage then?
So it's 11.
11.
It's 11.
Oh.
And Tally and Pineapple pass their saves, so theirs are halved as well.
Then I also have resistance because of my boots.
Which halves yours again, so yours is down to 5. Tally only takes 5.
Okay.
Okay, so yep, I have resistance. And sweet.
So, because I lost all my temporary hit points, I don't get the advantage. That's sad.
Same. It's all good though.
Yep. So, let's see, and then I think, yeah, that's a multi-attack. Okay. And then he is going to rear back a claw and send it in Leo's direction. Does an 18 hit you, Leo?
Yes. Just barely, but yes.
So that is going to be 16 slashing damage.
You didn't and no one forgot their temp HP, right?
Yep.
They had 5 points of temp HP, just as a reminder.
So anyway, that's 16 slashing damage and 9 cold damage.
Oof.
Is there somewhere to denote that there's 9 cold? Because I know after so much 9 cold, so. Oh no, I have resistance to it, so that's only 4
4.
cold or 5?
4.
Okay, 4.
We round down here.
Because I don't remember how invisibility works. Did I lose the invisibility, or do I still have it because I haven't attacked?
You should still have it because you have an attack, I think.
You haven't
Okay.
attacked, yeah.
Okay.
Oh wait, does that mean I have to make a concentration check?
Yeah, actually it does. Which is, let's see. How much damage?
11
did you
damage
take?
was
11. So DC 11.
50-50. Con save? Okay. You're still invisible.
Alrighty.
That was a 20 con save.
And that's gonna end the Yeti's turn. Sam, it's your turn.
Woohoo! Okay, let's see. So, Sam is, angry now at this lady because she's obviously not. Stop rolling!
Keep rolling. Keep rolling.
I don't know why it's doing that. I'm sorry. Okay, spells. Let's go to spells. How about we do that? Let's stop it!
Apparently, you should do spell number 2.
Okay. Okay. Not gonna do that. Not gonna do that. Not gonna do that. Not gonna do that. Let's go ahead and Sam is gonna look at the old woman and she's gonna go ahead and cast Fairy Fire because in her mind, if the old woman is controlling the creature somehow, then getting rid of her quickly is possibly the best thing. At the very least, she's an easier target. So prior to casting, because at this point, actually, yeah, let's Can you draw a square for me, possibly,
How big?
so I can try to map this out?
How big?
Fairy.
It's a 20-foot cube, I think.
Yeah.
I was looking at that as a possibility too, but it's concentration, so I was like, I might have to hold my turn.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Like
so if interesting. Okay. That's a problem. Well, okay.
Oh, you don't
Even
know
if
where
I-
Taylor is. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, yeah, she doesn't know where Taylor is, but she knows where the dog is, and so she moved it over to be on the dog. But what if she moved if she doesn't know if Taylor is there? Okay. I'm sorry, Taylor, but she doesn't know you're there. Just gonna go ahead and cast it.
Alrighty. And I believe that's a saving throw. What
Oh.
kind of saving throw and what's the DC?
Any creature in the area when the spell is cast is also outlined in light if it fails a dexterity saving throw. For the duration, objects in effect dim light in a 10-foot radius. Oh god, this is so bad, but
Yep. What's the save?
she wouldn't know I have to do it.
It's okay. What is the save?
I'm rolling!
What is the thing I have to roll to see if we save?
I'm sorry.
okay,
I
it's
don't
okay.
know.
Dexterity, I know that.
It's dexterity? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Dex 14. Dex 14. I'm sorry.
Okay, so which fails? What color is she?
Oh god. Which is currently blue. Let's make her, I don't know, a garish color, orange.
What is this? Tally, roll dexterity.
Please save. Please save.
Nope.
God.
Oh.
Tally shimmers back into view a bright and garish orange color.
Well, it's just invisible and
Is it?
orange.
Yeah, I think it's just invisible and orange with an orange outline. I think.
Okay, there's an orange outline in the air of Tally's body.
Sam just looks triumphant and pleased with herself, and then her eyes track to the right a few feet, and then she just. Oh no!
Anything else for your turn, Sam?
I don't think I can do much, but I haven't done my movement, so Sam is gonna slink around the igloo and take a moment to hide in shame, and also from another eyeglass.
Okay, so you were within her range to make a attack of opportunity as you move away.
That's fine.
So
She'll
she's
take
going
that. She deserves
to
it.
she's going to lay out at you with this large gray staff that she was formerly leaning on like it was a walking stick. Does a 14 hit?
It just by one, it sure does.
Okay, so
bonk.
that's gonna be 15 bludgeoning
Stop
damage.
moving. What the heck? 14 bludgeoning damage. Got it. Okay.
15 bludgeoning damage
15.
and
15
5
damage. Got it.
and 5 cold damage.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh.
Owie.
But you're
That actually
resistant.
hurt a lot.
You're resistant to cold, so it's just 2.
Oh, okay.
Oh gosh, this is bad.
Yeah, that hurt a lot. But yeah, I'm gonna end my turn back here. Just fuming.
Guess whose turn it is?
Taylor's turn, right? It's Taylor's turn now?
Nope. It's the Winter Witch's
I'm
turn. And she's gonna just go ahead and hold her hands up to the sky. And she's going to say, to show you what life is like on the mountains. You're never taking my heart again. She is going to go ahead and wave her staff at the skies as a cloud forms above your head. Rumbling, blowing winds, and little bits of hail and ice start falling down as they cast Ice Storm. So everybody is going to need to make a 14 dexterity saving throw. What's the radius again on this?
Oh, no problem.
20-foot radius. I'm going to borrow
Thank
your
God.
box for a minute.
Oh, good.
Do you need me to move it?
Nope, I got it.
Yeah.
I could also get rid of it for you if you need me to.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Man, I shouldn't have done that. But turtle flesh, you wouldn't have known.
There.
I'm sorry.
Alright, so it's Blink, Pineapple, and hold on. I'm gonna move this up. Yeah, she's gonna do it right there. So it's gonna hit Leo, Blink, Pineapple, and Ginger. So let's see, Sam, you're fine. You don't need to make the dex save.
Stop. Sorry I rolled that. That was unintentional.
Okay.
It just tapped on the screen. I was trying to get to save. So what saving throw is it?
Dexterity.
Ooh, I got a +5.
That means nothing.
Nope, you are right. That means nothing.
It's a DC 14, so Leo passes, and Ginger passes. Leo and Ginger pass. Let's see. Let me check the spell again,
Pineapple
see if
still
that's
needs
half
to
damage
save.
or if you're good. Half as
Pineapple
much.
still needs to save.
Pineapple has made the save, and they did not pass. Anyway. Let's see here. So that's going to be 2 bludgeoning damage to Leo and Ginger. 5 bludgeoning damage to Pineapple and Blink. And it's going to be, let's see, 7 and then divide again. 3 cold damage to Leo and Ginger. And 7 cold damage to Blink and 14 cold damage to Pineapple.
Is the 3 with no resistance to cold damage?
Yes, that's me calculating the resistance because it was 14 cold damage. So have that because you made the save, made it 7. Have that again because your resistance is 3.
A lot of math today.
A lot of fucking math today. So yeah, Leo takes 2 bludgeoning, 3 cold total with resistances. Ginger takes 2 bludgeoning, 3 cold total with resistances. Blink takes 5 bludgeoning, 7 cold, which is 12 total with the resistances. And poor Pineapple is going to go ahead and take 19 damage total, 5 bludgeoning, 14 cold.
Anyone dead yet?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Because that was over. Because in one round, that was over half my health.
Yeah, Pineapple's.
Oh yeah, no, I'm very dangerously down.
Pineapple's not looking too good either.
I don't think anyone is.
Is this a constant thing? Like, is it always going to have a snowstorm right there?
Nope, until the end of her next turn.
Okay. I wasn't sure if this was like a concentration thing or.
Nope. It's just instantaneous. It's over, but the air around her in that square is now difficult terrain until the end of their next turn. Which I don't think affects Leo because fucking mountains.
Or Taylor either because of her boots. I
Cause
think.
of boots.
And Blink, because she's fucking flying. The only ones affected are Pineapple and Ginger. But anyway.
Pineapple.
It doesn't really bother Ginger, because they're a monk with, like, extra speed and shit. So that's the end of the Winter Witch's turn. Blink, it's your turn now.
Okay, oh my lord, I don't know what... I had plans! Now I don't know what to do!
Is this serious enough for you guys yet?
Oh
We
gosh.
couldn't handle a bridge, okay?
Yeah, we couldn't handle a bridge. What did you expect? Who looks terribly bad off right now?
Pineapple.
Pineapple's got less than half of his health. Leo's got less than half of his health. Ginger actually looks pretty okay. Sam ducked around the igloo, but she looked really fucked up. And you're not looking so great yourself.
Yeah, no, I'm aware.
Kaylee's glowing.
An outline of someone is glowing. You don't know it's Taily.
I would know it's Taily.
Are you
I
sure?
made them invisible.
Make an intelligence check.
Invisible. I made them invisible. I'm thinking about it.
Oh, speaking of which, concentration check.
Oh yeah. Son of a fuck.
It's not important that you
DC
continue
12.
to concentrate.
Oh my god. Hold on. Okay, Jesus fucking Christ. Someone's trying to get fucking ran over by my fucking truck. Sorry. Had a heart attack, thought I almost killed somebody.
If only it was in game.
Oh god. That totally threw me off.
Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, sorry, I am... Can you roll that for me?
Yes,
I
I
am
can do
quite, preoccupied.
You're fine. I would rather you live.
No, it wasn't me that was in danger, except for legal fucking reasons for people trying to crawl under my goddamn truck.
Tally's alive? I mean, Tally's in view now.
Oh,
And
shit.
orange!
Okay.
I have a lovely tan. A lovely glow.
You're like the typical image all those metaphysical sayings have, where it's just the aura. It's like a aura. That's what you look like.
Is she a Dragon Ball Z
axe is
character
the
right
best
now?
axe. My axe is the best axe. This is a good axe. This is a big axe.
Oh,
A battle axe, okay?
first I'm gonna
we
try
make
to
the
get
best
out of that
axes.
area.
Oh my god.
So first, I'm definitely gonna try to get out of that area. Would I provoke from anyone?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Literally the worst time for my turn to come up.
It's fine.
I'm
I
the
can
most
move you to somewhere.
preoccupied.
I can move you somewhere to save. You're gonna go your regular full movement. 10,
Yeah, 30 feet, I guess.
I believe you're.
I don't think I have any touch spells I can really use in this moment.
All right. You are currently out of meleeing range with any of these things.
Okay. I'm sorry. Is it possible if I can move after Taily? I think Taily's next in initiative.
Yeah, you can hold. Do you want to hold an action? Are we holding an action to do
Well,
something?
I just mean, can I move my whole turn
Oh, yeah,
to
sure,
end
no problem.
initiative?
Let's
end
do that.
initiative after
Yep.
Taily.
It is now done. Taily, it's your turn.
Hey, cool. Alright,
So yeah, I guess that means I would go back to where I was originally.
Yep, I've moved you back to where you were. You'll go next after Taily. Taily, you're up.
I'm gonna take a step forward.
Mhm.
I am going to use a bonus action to assume a more bestial appearance. So I'm going to do my shifting, which gives me 7 temporary HP. Give me a second to add that onto my thingamabobber.
Nice.
Okay, so then I should have math 51. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to Yeah, I'm gonna smack her twice with my battle axe.
Roll that
Yeah, that's
beautiful
what I'm
bean
gonna
footage.
try to do it. I'm gonna try to do it this one. I'm gonna try to do it this one. Probably at least one missed.
The first one just barely hits.
Okay.
Alright, and that's actually you have advantage. Well, yeah, even with
Right.
advantage, 16 was higher. But yeah, you hit her for 10 slashing damage, and she kind of turns and looks at you, snarling, her frozen teeth kind of glinting in the moonlight.
I snarl back.
Like that.
I snarl back. I got some pointy teeth.
All right. Anything else for your turn?
Second wind.
No, I guess I'm alright.
All right. Let me look at the map real quick. Okay. Hmm. So it's my turn now?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, I got confused because the turn order hasn't been updated. I got really confused for a second.
Hey, you're up.
Okay, Oh, that's a huge creature. Jeez.
It makes a puppy look
okay.
small.
Yeah. So that's let's see. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Take your time.
So Ginger is looking okay right now?
Ginger's fine. Ginger barely got any crumbs crumbled off of him. He is going full in on this switch, and he is looking spiffy.
Alright, so if I were to, whatchamacallit, if I were to try to use 2 bonus actions, would one of them use up my action?
Yes.
Okay. So I might have to do that. I'm just trying to see what's most beneficial at this moment. I'm sorry. So. I think this might be unbelievably stupid.
Are you gonna
Okay,
sing
so
about the Moona and the Juna and the Springer?
all right, so which song? Oh yeah. I'm so sorry. I am not helping my case.
It's okay.
So yeah, I will move. Sorry.
Okay.
I will move. Let me see if I can move. Where do I want to go? I will probably move all the way over here. I think that keeps me within range of most stuff, though. What was that distance? Is that where I started? Right? I think so.
You started here.
You are currently where you started. You haven't moved at all on my screen anyway.
Oh, weird. Okay. I moved on my screen.
Okay.
You can probably pretty much go almost anywhere except behind the igloo.
Okay,
No, you could probably even get behind the igloo.
Where are you trying to go that you've gone on your screen?
Do you see my arrow?
I see an arrow revolving in a circle around you.
That was me, sorry.
Okay, now I see.
I was so. Why is it not showing
I don't
anybody?
know. North, south, east, or west?
Southwest, 30 feet, but staying in the air. Oh, so I guess that. Oh wait, no difficult terrain for me. So yeah. Oh, is Blink? No, is Pineapple on the initiative?
Yes, Pineapple's on the initiative.
Okay,
Or
I
she
don't
should
see.
be.
I didn't see.
Pineapple. Yeah, Pineapple, where the fuck are you? I clicked on you when I rolled initiative. Rolled an 8, yeah. So he's technically before Taylor. I'll put him after. I'll put him after you. Uh, just say it happened beforehand. But anyway, what are you doing, Blake?
Why can I not screenshot this? There we go. I'm showing you where I moved. Oh, I'm in the Discord. So yeah, I moved, and then I'm going to Bardic Inspire, and I'm going to Healing Word somebody. That's where I tried to move, and I'm going to inspire. I'm going to inspire Ginger, and go. Gingerbread's going to town. Gingerbread's going to town. You better watch out, or she'll make you hurt. And I had the rest. I don't know. But Gingerbread's going to town.
Alright, so Ginger, now you have Bardic Inspiration, which means...
And there's like a dancing little fairy, sugar plum fairy around your head too.
I'm inspired to murder.
Which means you can roll a d8 and add it to your attack. Is it attack or damage?
Ability check, attack rolls, or saving throws.
Okay, so you can roll a d8 and add it to your attacks, your ability checks, and your saving throws one time before it goes poof. Before you know the result of it. So if you like roll a really low attack and you want to try to roll the d8 to see if you can actually hit something, that would probably be a good thing to do. Alright, so...
Alright, do I have to roll it at the time of me attacking, or do I just roll it right now and have save the number and put it on my attack roll?
You roll it at the time of your attacking.
And you can choose after you roll the d20, but before you know if it hits or not.
Before I tell you if it hits or not, bear in mind that Tally just barely managed to hit with a 17. Anyway, anything else for
and
your
then
turn?
the healing word going to... I'm going to say going to, whatchamacallit.
Sam, Pineapple, or Leo?
I'm figuring out which level I want to cast it at too.
Okay, but which target?
My target is going to be probably Pineapple because he didn't have any resistance going on there.
True.
What does this thing
to
do?
the summoned creature.
This creature comes for a duration, which...
He's a mascot, okay?
Maybe a summoned creature, but he is dear to this family.
Yes, very dear. And I'm going to... So yeah, I'm going to cast Healing Word at level 2, I think.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
Yeah, level 2. That's a what?
9.
9?
9.
It's something. It's something. And yeah, that will end my turn. Move, action, bonus.
Okay, well, 1 second. Let me just check the spell really quick.
It is range.
Yeah, I know he's in range. I just thought it did more than that.
It's 2d4 plus modifier at level 2.
Okay, cool. Alright then. Alright, so he's gonna get 9 health back. So he's got 29 health right now. Cool. Alright, and now, Leo, it's your turn.
Okay, so Leo.
Pineapple?
Oh yeah, that's right. Pineapple is gonna go ahead and try to bite the witch because she's being really mean.
And he has advantage because she's orange.
Which is good because advantage means she's got. Plus, he's got advantage because of the flanking too. 23. It's 10 piercing damage to the witch.
Nice.
Good job.
You're whittling this woman down pretty hardcore. All right, Leo, your turn.
Okay. Leo is going to attack the abominable snowman thing. I got total of 3 attacks. Awesome. And my first one does extra damage. Okay, cool. First attack. Oh!
Natural 20.
Woo!
Alright,
Double
those
your
are-
damage.
Sweet. So there's
Oh my god.
there's the normal damage. So
Oh wait, no, never mind. It rolled a crit for you already, apparently.
oh, cool. But that also does an additional 2d6 cold damage.
All right, which
Ooh.
unfortunately does not seem to affect him.
Oh, not even resistance.
No, not resistance, dear. Immunity.
Damn it. Okay, that's fine. I got more attacks. So now here's my next attack. Awesome.
That does hit.
My next set of damage. And then here's my final attack. Oh no!
Oh no! Go ahead and roll a d100 for me.
Damn it!
Good thing I kept that fumble chart up.
What are the odds of getting a natural 20 and a natural fail and the same thing?
Pretty good.
Probably.
For our group, 100%.
You know what? Fair.
Jesus Christ.
71. Let's see here. 71.
You turn blue. No.
Oh my.
Oh no.
Go ahead and roll 1d8 for me.
No.
It's okay. Directional. I'm not liking that.
Protect me, igloo.
Oh man. Oh shit.
Bye,
Okay.
pineapple.
So you take this last swing at the man to try and hit, and as you do so, he kind of turns his head to get out of the way, and one of those giant horns comes and clocks you upside the head, and you spin, and you don't take any damage, but when you look back at the Yeti again, your vision is just jumping in and out, and it kind of looks like there's 2 Yetis for the next 8 rounds. You're going to be rolling
Oh, no.
disadvantage.
Oh no!
Oh, goodness gracious.
It's fine. It's fine. You just have to, one sword each hand and just hit at the same time. Hit them both.
It'll be
When
okay.
my grandfather was having double vision, he would always just close one eye.
I mean,
Oh my god. Anyway, anything else for your turn, Leo?
No.
Okay.
No.
Hey, Ginger, it's your turn.
Is the hag not dead yet?
Nope. She's right there, ripe for your pummeling.
Oh darn it! I
And
keep
she's
forgetting about
right.
the favorite
Luckily, you
full
all
damage.
listened to me when I said don't try to fight her since it's my battle.
but we
Also-
tried to fight her. She's bright orange.
Yeah, you also have advantage.
Oh, so I rolled
On
twice on
all
the
those
candy cane
attacks.
stack?
And if you think any of them are low, you can add a d6 to one of those rolls.
Yes.
Alright, so I'm
Or no,
guessing
D8,
I
D8, my bad.
roll at advantage, so I roll 2 at once.
Alright, so yeah, roll two candy cane staff attacks first.
Mm-hmm.
So the
Okay.
higher one's a 20. That definitely hits. So roll damage for the candy cane staff. Just one.
Alright.
1 damage for the candy cane staff.
Alright, so I roll the 1d6 plus 4.
Yes, that one, because you're doing it one-handed. Alright, so that's going to be 6 damage to the hag. And then go ahead and roll your unarmed attack, also with advantage, so roll it twice. .24 definitely fucking hits, so roll damage.
Jeez.
I love
Hi,
monks.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I'm better with my fists than my staff.
Apparently, even though it has the higher damage probabilities. But anywho, welcome back, by the way.
The emotion
Anywho,
behind it.
she's not looking so great, if we're gonna be honest.
Did he use inspiration at all, or no?
He
Not
didn't
yet.
have to. He didn't have to. Anyway,
Oh, okay.
go ahead.
Alright, I'm gonna attack again.
Yep, your second attack. So roll twice more
okay.
with the staff, the candy cane.
Got it.
Oh man.
Alright, well 20 definitely hits, so roll damage on candy cane.
Alright.
You're gonna give her cavities. Alright,
Ooh.
and then roll twice for your unarmed.
I'm gonna use the inspiration on the 9.
Yes, go ahead and roll 1d8 and add it to that.
Is that enough?
Oh,
No.
where is it? No, unfortunately that one does not hit. But
However,
you can spend a key point to Flurry of Blows if you like. And go ahead, Blink, what were you gonna say?
that's the wrong thing I need to look at. Where's my thing? Features and traits. On an attack roll, when it uses, the witch needs to make a con saving throw of DC 15.
Okay. Winter Witch, Constitution saving throw. 19.
19. Okay, and then the little sugar plum fairy just pops, and sugar plums. A bunch of sugar, purplish sugar lands on her, but it does nothing to her.
Clashes with that orange.
Oh, it
know,
clashes
I don't know.
so badly.
Floating
It clashes so badly.
Alright, now I'm gonna use
So
a
gosh.
key point.
Purple and orange is classic Nickelodeon colors. I don't want to hear it.
Alright, you're gonna use a key point to make 2 more unarmed attacks, both of which are with advantage.
Alright.
So go ahead and roll unarmed strike twice again.
Alright.
That one, the 25 is gonna hit, so go ahead and roll damage on that.
She's beating this little old lady up. Dang.
God damn it. Go ahead and roll your unarmed strike twice more for your second one. Yep, hits. Go ahead and roll damage. Fucking monks. Yeah, she looks very bad. Very bad off.
This is how it feels to get karma.
I'm going to take those gumdrop buttons and shove them down your throat.
And I am going to take my spear and shove it down your throat.
Well, I'm gonna take spearmint. Nah, Now it's the Yeti's
And
turn.
I don't even mean spearmint. I've been sharpening up this candy cane as soon as we were coming up this mountain, just to impale it through your eye.
So is the candy cane a spearmint candy cane, or is it peppermint?
It's
knows?
still peppermint, just a little sharper.
Alright, so it's the Yeti's turn, and he is going to look at the damage that Ginger Seabread is dealing out to the Winter Witch, his mistress, and turn his chilling gaze upon him. And
Oh no.
Ginger, please roll me a Constitution saving throw.
With pleasure. Is that good enough?
No, actually, it is not.
Is nothing I do ever good enough?
Nothing.
You just hit her like 18 times in a row.
So, Ginger, you feel ice starting to creep up your legs and feet and form over your body, and you are currently paralyzed. You're also going to, well, you would have taken 19 cold damage, but you're resistant, so you're going to take 9 cold damage.
That means I'll have like 6 hit points left.
Well,
Yep.
dear, it's not good.
Yeah, we got messed up badly.
Let me just put a little...
If I go down, I'm gonna bring you with me, old hag.
I'll see you try.
I'll see you in hell.
Alright, so you can repeat your saving throw at the end of each turn. So on your next turn, you can repeat the saving throw to see if you can break free. And then
Wait, is he immobile?
Oh, he's paralyzed. He's fucking paralyzed.
Oh shoot!
Then the Yeti's gonna use its multi-attack and make a claw attack at the dude standing in front of him, because that's who he can reach. And does a 29 hit?
The silence says it all.
Wait, hit me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
So that's gonna be
Just barely, right?
that's gonna be 11 slashing damage. And would have been 5 cold damage, but since you're resistant, that's going to be 2.
Cool.
2. And then he's gonna move closer to all his friends. And no attack of opportunity because he's still in your hitbox range.
I don't like it.
Aww. I'm sure it'll be fine. Hey Sam, it's your turn.
It sure is. So hey, Sam's kind of panicking and out of options. She has a few ideas, but she doesn't know if they're gonna work. And so she kind of goes she's gonna as a bonus action she's gonna shillelagh her great club first of all. First of all,
Shillelagh.
and then she's gonna go around. If I can move my god dang token, thank you. And gonna go around, kind of. Can I hit her from here? It is a great club.
Let me see. Great club, what's the range? Yeah, you can hit her. You can hit the Winter Witch, yes.
Cool. Seeing how bad she looks, Simoon's
Also, you
gonna
have
walk up.
advantage. You got advantage because Fairy Fire.
Yes, and she's gonna walk up and try to bonk the lady into oblivion. Hope it helps. So hit DC effect.
I believe in you.
So do I hit DC effect first or wait?
Let me look. I haven't rolled it on there before.
because it has an option to click +6 or click 1d8 +3.
Is it versatile? Hold on.
The +6, I think, is to hit.
Yeah, I believe so. With Shillelagh, yeah. So just hit the Shillelagh +6. Yep.
Okay, and do
Yeah.
that twice as advantage.
And then if you hit, it's the 1d8 +3 next to it. Which
You
it
hit.
does. It hits. Roll your damage.
Bonk.
That's 8 damage. Ah! You stopped it!
And she's gonna look her dead in the eyes and say, "No." And
Back off. This is my fight.
You're paralyzed.
Yeah, so it sounds more like.
and I don't think I can do anything else. So she's gonna stay here, just holding her great club menacingly. And she's probably gonna die next round, but that's neither here nor there. In my turn.
I suddenly imagined that expression that Miguel had when he was playing his lute. But instead of the lute, it's a great club in his hand.
Absolutely.
So, she is very upset with you, but she is far more upset with the, she's far more upset
Gingerbread?
with the gingerbread man, actually. And,
Considering you beat the living daylights out of her so far, yes, I would imagine.
mhm. So, she is going to actually, put up her hand, and a powerful blue light forms in it as she casts Ray of Frost at the gingerbread man. And she has advantage because he's paralyzed,
Cheater.
but disadvantage because she's in melee with creatures, and this is a ranged attack, technically. So it's a straight 8, and she misses. Straight 8, and she misses. And
Because she attacks somebody within 5 feet of me, I get to do an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, hey.
Go ahead. Oh, that does not hit.
No, it's an advantage because she's glowing.
Fuck.
And flanking.
Uh-huh.
And flank.
Double advantage.
Double advantage.
So, Ginger, you watch in frustrated rage as the witch who baked you and who you were sworn to destroy is suddenly cleft in twain by the giant battle axe that comes crashing down from the right of them and cleaves her in half. You did all this work, you got her this low, and Tali stole your kill. Ah! And the witch crumples to the ground, her head kind of like hanging half off of her body as she snarls and spits blue blood everywhere. She's like, "You can't do this to me! I just got it back! I just got it back!" And it's Pineapple's turn.
Bastard, that was my kill.
And Pineapple, the witch appears to be bleeding out on the ground. So Pineapple is gonna focus his attention on the giant yeti. He whips around and he's gonna attempt to run over here because him and Blink practice things. And he's gonna try to bite from this end to have advantage on that. He's not going to hit. God damn it, Pineapple. Tally, it's your actual turn. There's a witch bleeding out on the ground in front of you, and a giant, raging, abominable yeti still attacking people.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and be like, I think the other two got this witch thing since she's kind of done.
Question mark.
Question mark.
Question mark indeed.
So she's just gonna like jump over the witch and just go forward for Yeti.
Yeti ho!
And so she's going to.
Oh, also, this is no longer difficult terrain anymore.
Yay!
Fine, I got boots. Y'all should have gotten these boots. These boots are great. Y'all need to invest in some good shoes. I don't know what y'all thinking coming up here in your like high heels and whatnot. You need to get these shoes.
Does the fairy fire go away too since the witch died?
I'm sorry, what?
Does the fairy fire go away as well because the witch died?
The witch is not currently dead yet. The witch is currently bleeding out.
Gotcha. Okay, no.
Oh, concentration check for fairy fire.
I'm not the one who fairy fired.
I am.
Oh. Okay.
And what she did was not a concentration spell, so.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought it was, okay, never mind.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to do my 2 hits. Now, question. They're flanking on the top and bottom. Does that give me advantage on my side? Okay, so if I go over here.
Yes, there you go.
Okay, cool. I want advantage. So I'm going to try to hit 2 times with my battle axe.
Let me double check the AC really quick. Yep, both of those hit. The first one just barely.
Okay. So I'm going to do...
And the second one's a crit for you, right? Because 19 is a crit for you?
Isn't that exciting? So I'm going to hit that twice. And then I'm going to bite him with my bonus attack.
That hits too.
Which will do that. I then am going to do my action surge and go and try him 2 more times.
28 plus. Okay, go for it. 28 plus 8.
Oh, that one misses.
Yeah, it does.
Darn. That one hits.
36. And then 9 more damage is 40. 45. 45 damage.
Also,
wow. You did almost as much as Ginger did that one turn.
Also, I probably saw Sam on my way over. So like while I'm kind of running past her and like just wailing on the Yeti, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, if you need a potion, I got one in my back pocket. If you want to reach in,
get on in there, grab that."
If you need it, it's just in my pocket. I'm kind of busy right now, but feel free if you just want to go through my pocket.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think I can do anything else.
Yep, no, you're done.
Unless the actions or the second wind, that doesn't give me a bonus action, right?
Nope.
Okay, cool.
You mean
just
action surge? Second wind is different. Second wind gives you HP.
Right.
Back.
Yeah, not that one. The one where I do the slashy slash again. That's the one I wanted to know if I got a battle or bonus action.
Well,
Brain dot not working. It's late.
It's cool. All right, Blink, you're up.
Oh, I'm up. Okay.
You're face to face with a giant ass Yeti.
Oh, it's in my range.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, no, I stepped quite a ways away from it.
You sure did, and then it stepped to
No,
you.
he was supposed to be over here, I think, according to the picture.
Yeah, I did a screenshot of where I wanted to move.
Alright, let me adjust that. Boop. You're
Yeah,
hovering over there.
that's what I was like. How? Yeah, I'm hovering in there. How the heck is it in melee?
Oh, he's still sort of in front of you, 15 feet. So.
Okay, so, is anyone like still seriously hurt?
Oh, everyone. Everyone.
Yeah.
I'm fine. But everyone else,
Tally.
yeah,
Okay.
not doing hot, but I'm fine.
Then I will bonus action cast healing word on whatchamacallit, Leo. And sorry, I am packing up to leave for work, so I'm slightly distracted.
All good.
Yep, I'm leaving work, so that's a good thing. I'll be less distracted after this. So yeah, bonus action, healing word. I think I'm going to do that at level 2. I'm not certain. I'm not looking at my phone right now.
Do you want me to cast it for you?
Yeah. How many second level spell slots do I have left?
Let me look. Have you been clicking them off as you cast?
Yeah, I've only did
You
the
got one.
enlarge and misty, and what other stuff was racial and class stuff.
One.
Racial and feat stuff.
You got
Yeah, mine
one.
takes the spell slots automatically when I cast stuff.
Yeah, you've got one second level spell slot left.
Oh, that's right, because I did healing word and invisibility. Shoot.
Yep.
Well.
You got one.
Oh wait, yeah, that's right.
So how many points?
Can I tell? I'm trying not to let anyone die. Can I tell if Leo or Ginger is more messed up?
That'll be an insight check or a medicine check.
Can you do that for me, please?
I can. Let me see which one is better for you.
It would be pretty clear that Ginger's also, like, iced to the ground.
Frozen.
Yeah. He's definitely iced to the ground, but that doesn't necessarily... They're both the same. We'll do medicine, just cause. 17. How many hit points do you have, Leo?
I have 15 out of 59.
Ginger looks like he's starting to get a bit soggier.
So yeah, I think I'll do a second level healing word to Ginger.
Okay.
And then as my action, because the Yeti is a 30 by 30 creature. I think I looked at it earlier.
He is ginormous, yes.
Okay, so directly on the Yeti, I'm going to cast Hypnotic Pattern on it.
Okay.
Which is a 30-foot cube, so and I believe is a 15 will save.
Okay.
And so I will be like, I'm Mr. White, or I'm Mr. Candlelight, you're high on crack.
You mean candy, sir.
You're high on
Hey, there's candy that's the crack stuff, right? You put the chocolate and the pretzels and you crack it.
Okay.
Christmas crack.
Alright, Christmas crack.
Yo, Christmas crack.
Why didn't it cast the healing word?
You gotta hit the actual D4 plus 2D4 plus
There
4.
we go. Okay.
Actually click it.
Alright, Ginger, you get 8 hit points back.
Ooh. Not bad. And then,
Did you catch that, Ginger?
Don't forget to hold on.
Yeah?
You get 8 hit points back. You've been healed. You're still paralyzed though.
Alright.
and then for my references, Hypnotic Pattern, a concentration check, or concentration spell.
Pulling it up. Spells. Well, actually, you can't cast 2 spells in a turn.
Healing Word's a bonus action.
Healing Word is still a spell, not a cantrip.
Okay. I thought it was because it's a bonus action and
No,
action.
it's unfortunately not like Pathfinder. You can only cast.
That's so confusing.
Yeah, you can cast a spell and a cantrip during your turn.
That's so confusing.
Action, but not 2 spells. You could still cast a you could still cast a cantrip if you wanted to, but I don't think
Oh,
any of
because
the
I did
cantrips-
inspiration last turn. That's why.
Mhm.
And then I'm sorry. I will just do the Hypnotic Pattern, and I will inspire somebody.
So you're not going to heal Ginger?
No, the Hypnotic Pattern, if it fails, is more beneficial.
Okie dokie. Jason.
Also-
Jason, subtract those 8 hit points back out again. You did not get healed.
I misplayed. My bad.
Okay, so hypnotic pattern. It's a wisdom 15 saving throw. That's your last.
Third
thing.
level spell.
You decide who you're inspiring while I roll their wisdom save. They make their save.
Oh, they make it?
Uh-huh.
Son of a. That was a wasted spell. And then I think I am going to. Where is it? Sorry, clocking out right now. I'm gonna inspire Leo.
Alright, Leo, you have a little sugar plum fairy dancing around your head because you are inspired.
And I inspire him as oh, this Yeti sure is frightful, but a friend, Leo is delightful. And since we've no place to run, let him slash, let him slash, let him slash.
And on that beautiful introduction, Leo, it's your turn.
What does that inspire do again?
You can add
You
a
can-
d8 to an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw before you know if it succeeds or fails. Or rather, before I tell you if it succeeds or fails.
Okay.
So you can roll, and if you don't like to roll and want to be a little bit higher, you can roll a d8 to add to it.
Okay.
Side note: AC of Yeti is 15 per my last attacks.
Okay.
Oh, and then to end my turn, I would like to move anywhere if I can give somebody else advantage with my rapier out.
Okie dokie. If you move right here, you can give Leo advantage.
Awesome.
Sweet.
And
So
hope I don't die.
I had disadvantage, but now I have advantage, so I have nothing. It's normal
Straight
attacks,
roll.
right?
Straight roll
Okay.
plus you're inspired.
Okay. All right. So I'll attack it. I got not much else to do. So
As the world spins round.
my first attack. Okay, I'll take it.
That is a hit.
I'll do the damage for that one.
Okay, 7.
And that gets an additional D4 because he's my favorite foe. I keep forgetting about this, but that's okay. And that's another 4 points of damage.
Sweet,
here-
he's your favorite.
yeah, here's my second attack. Oh, Jesus!
So that's a natural 1. You're going to go ahead and roll that D100 for me.
Oh.
So my little Riley kitty is now here to say hello. So he says hello, everybody.
Hello,
Hey.
Riley Kitty. Roll a dexterity check. What was the DC on that? Okay, you just barely, as you step on a slick of ice that you didn't notice was there, barely managed to catch your balance, and you almost threw your weapon as you were going in for that attack, but you just barely managed to grab onto it. Alright.
Do I still get my last attack or no?
Yeah, you get your last attack. If you've got a third attack?
Yeah, so I
Oh,
got my
you're-
2 main attacks and a bonus action. I can do my second attack, but it doesn't get the additional damage.
Okie doke, go for it.
Like steady yourself and then.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm assuming that misses.
You have an inspiration die if you wanna.
No, because this one doesn't do a lot of damage, this last attack, so
Okay.
save that
Then yeah, that
inspiration die.
misses by a
But
hair's
the
breadth.
inspiration can potentially damage it too.
Too late, Artisan.
Well, I think it'd be good to keep it just in case you need to do a saving throw of some sort again with the Yeti if he
Oh,
attacks
yeah.
again.
Mm-hmm.
You got like a death saving throw, huh?
You can't use it on a death save.
It's a type of saving throw, though.
No. All right. Anything else for your turn, Leo?
No, that's it.
All right, Ginger, go ahead and make another Constitution saving throw to see if you can break out of paralysis. No,
Caroline.
you
I already
remain.
know I can't. Just don't. You don't even need to tell me.
You are a gingerbread sickle. All right, that brings us to the Yeti.
You know what? You may as well just eat me already. I literally don't care anymore.
Well, you can't. The witch is bleeding out on the ground. She's not eating anybody right now. The Yeti, however, is going to glare at Sam, who is next to the witch, and use his
Hi.
chilling gaze against her. Make a Constitution saving throw, Sam.
I sure will. Why is it rolling so much? Oh my god. Constitution saving throw. Con.
No.
No, I figured not.
So, you are resistant, being a Goliath, so instead of 24 cold damage, you're going to take 12. But that cold spreads up your legs and arms and limbs and encases you, and you are currently paralyzed.
Yay!
Now, because she got attacked and he's within 5 feet, I can do my
Now,
attack of opportunity.
does it specifically say melee attack, or does it say any kind of attack?
When a
Any
creature within 5 feet of you makes an attack against a target other than you.
Okay, then yeah, go for it.
Yay!
Sentinel is amazing.
Aww.
No.
You defended my
Aw.
honor and it still counts.
Yep, so
Aw.
Sam is currently paralyzed, and you hit him, and he did not like that, so he's gonna jerk his, well, you tried to hit him, and he did not like that, so he's gonna jerk his gaze to you angrily, and gonna attempt to hit you.
With a gaze or with something else?
With his hand,
Okay.
angrily. Whoops. That is a 30 hit.
That's not allowed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I can't hit for 30. He's not allowed to hit for 30.
So does 30 hit?
No.
Oh.
So that's gonna be 14 slashing damage and 10 cold damage.
With 5 cold?
10. Oh, you're resistant? Okay,
Yeah.
5 cold.
Okay,
So
I have to
total-
math now.
Ni-
I'm not
That's
good at the
19
math.
damage. It's 19 damage
See,
total.
See, if you do it in the I like D&D Beyond for this, because if you do it in D&D Beyond, you can just, like, it counts for you. You just hit the button a bunch of times.
Okay. Damage 19. But I also got 7 cuz I did my Healy thing, so that was 7 temporary. No, cuz now that it
you had 51 minus 19. It's 32. You've got 32.
I did it. It just
You
took me a minute. Don't you fret. I got this.
You are so much better well off than most of us.
You must be
Yeah.
really tired because you usually do the math for me, Kathy.
It is nighttime.
That'll
Also,
be
also question. Felix and I were slightly discussing this. Am I still orange? Is it something that travels with me, or since
Yes.
there? Okay, I thought so. I just wanted to double check.
you're orange.
Okay.
Although I do believe if you're paralyzed, I don't know if paralysis affects concentration or not.
It's
But
called
she got
paralysis.
hit though as well, so she would have
Also,
to do the...
she does have the option to drop her concentration on fairy fire since you're the only one affected by it anymore.
I mean, yeah.
Cool, you're not
She
orange
would.
anymore. Also, Sam, it's your turn. Go ahead and make
It
another
should be-
Constitution
that one.
saving throw to see if you can be not frozen.
I am still a Samsicle, I think.
Let's see. Yeah, you are, unfortunately.
Wait, can I use the bardic thing, the inspiration ending?
Yeah, if you've been inspired, you sure can. Roll that D8.
As I was among that group. And I haven't used it yet, I don't think. Is this a D8? That's a D10. Is this a D8? D100. Is this a D8? That's a D8. That's a bunch of stuff! I'm sorry.
Jesus
Yes,
Christ.
plus 80. She's fine.
That's a D4!
It's not, that wasn't me!
I don't believe you.
No, stop. Stop it! Okay, ignore this. Do that!
It's 3D8. Okay.
Did it do? Wait, hang on. No, wait, hang on. Okay. 1. Roll. Thank God. I mean,
I'm gonna be nice, and I'm gonna take the 4, which is the first thing rolled on that 3d8 thing that you threw in there. I'm gonna take the 4, and I'm gonna add it to your con, which is 19. And
stop rolling! I'm not touching anything.
And the ice cracks and falls away from your body onto the ground, and you are very, very cold, but no longer paralyzed. But that does end your turn.
I don't know why I keep rolling. Sorry.
It has a mind of its own. So the Winter Witch is gonna go ahead and make a death saving throw.
Oh, God.
And that's a success. And she shudders a bit, and you can see her fighting to remain alive. And Pineapple. It is Pineapple's turn, and he's gonna try to nom some glorious green yeti. That's a 16. He hits. 9 piercing damage.
Actually, an 18 that hits.
Yes.
Bottom in the boot. Doop, 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 doop.
Nom nom. Tally, it's your turn.
All right, I'm gonna hit him with my axe.
Holy shit.
Twice.
The first one is a crit, and the second one hits because you have advantage because flanking. So that's 8 damage.
Is that already? Is that doing my nat?
Yep, it is.
Oh, I guess so. Yeah, because the other one was a 19. That didn't do it naturally. Okay. And then the other one, because it's with advantage, because they's flanked. So that one. And then I'm going to bite him
It's 20
with my
damage.
teethies.
Oh. Well, at least the advantage made it so it wasn't a natural one for you.
I know, but I didn't get to bite him.
Alrighty. Well, that's 20 damage. He is looking very not good. He's looking extremely not good, like you may have whittled down about 4/5 of his health. Blink, you're up.
Okay, so let's see. If I cast like Healing Word within melee, does that provoke or
Nope, it does not.
Okay, good. Now I will cast Healing Word at 2nd level to Ginger.
Okay. So Ginger, you can have those 8 hit points back again.
And then, did Sammy get out of the ice?
Yep, Sammy made her save. She's out of the ice.
She got out of the ice. She looks pretty damage, or maybe more likely to hit. Alright, so yeah, I will Bardic Inspire Kaylee. With, what's this? What's this? This bounty's all around. Oh, wait. Kaylee, because Kaylee's a dog. Shit. I had it, sorry. Yeah. What's this? What's this? This baby's all around. Oh, wait. We have Kaylee as a dog. Which means Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes. She is shifting into a nightmare for our foes.
Oh boy.
That was bad. It was better when I was
So Tally, you're inspired.
I'm sorry.
Linky is like the most beautiful singer I've ever heard. I must say, I always feel just like so inspired after everything Blink sings. It's just, I don't know. It's just, I think it's the heart, the feeling, you know, when you sing with such love and compassion.
So you have a D8 now.
Cool.
Leo, it's your turn. Also, I forgot, but your attacks are with advantage because Blink is flanking.
Oh, okay. Sweet.
Oh wait, that's right. It's a straight roll for you because also that stupid thing is. I forgot.
Yes.
Straight rolls for you. Yep.
I see 2 Yetis.
I see
even though they're
two
very
two
big.
Yetis.
Okay. I'll do my lovely 3 attacks again. Here's my first.
That's a hand axe.
Oh, I rolled the wrong one. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'll try and. No. I'm gonna save my D8 in case this thing attacks me again. So first one misses. I'm just rolling nothing today.
I'm getting nothing for hit miss.
It's always the one that does the least amount of damage that hits.
Yep.
That's okay. It does 1d6 and 1d4 of damage because of my favorite foe. Only 5 points.
Ting.
Ding, ding, ding.
Leo's like, I can't see this thing!
Stop moving!
It's kind of big. How you missing it?
I see 2 of everything right now. It's fine.
Alright,
Well, I hope there's not another one of these things.
Ginger, make that Constitution saving throw again.
Did you try closing one eye?
Ginger,
What?
make a Constitution saving throw again. We're back to your turn. See if you can break out of that freezing.
Alright, it's gonna fail, but I guess I'll do it anyway.
It is a pretty high DC, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, that fails probably. I'm not even gonna ask you.
That is correct. It does fail. Alrighty. Yeti's turn.
Somebody may as well just shatter me already.
And he's going to turn his glare to Tally since Leo's kind of punch drunk. And he's going to try and freeze her.
You have inspiration.
Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw, Tally.
I don't think I should use my +8. What does everyone else think?
I think you're
Let me see something real quick.
Because
Because
I just got a 21. Unless he's hitting for 30 as well, I think I might be okay.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so
I don't know. Not the rolls.
you managed to not take that damage, but it is going to fucking hit you again because you've done the most damage to it and it did not like that. And he's gonna raise his giant clawed hand and bring it crashing down towards you. Does a 30 hit?
Seriously, that's not fair. He's not allowed to have 2 of them in a row.
So that's gonna be 14 slashing damage. And it would have been 2 cold damage, but it's reduced to 1 because resistant.
Ow!
And that's his
All right,
turn.
you're going down.
Okay, says, I refuse.
I refuse to be intimidated.
Okay,
You're up, Sam.
yay. Am I up, or do I still have to take an action to stand up?
You never fell down, you were paralyzed, frozen.
Okay, well in that case, Sam's gonna look around and see who might need help. Seeing that Gingy is in fact in the same predicament, she's gonna step over here and cast Dispel Magic. That should free him, right?
Yeah, actually, I do believe that would. Alright, you go ahead and you cast Dispel Magic, and you watch the ice crack and shatter around him, and Ginger is now free of the ice.
Yeah. And
Yeah, I don't really care because I'm still mad that I didn't get to kill that old hag myself.
Well, the witch
She's
isn't...
still alive.
She's still alive. She's making death saves right now. She's currently bleeding out in front of you. She's not dead yet. So maybe you'll get a chance on your next turn.
Alright, I'm gonna make sure that all of those saves mean nothing.
Also, remember, Sam, I got a potion in my pocket if you need it.
oh, right, yes. Okay, let's see. I don't think I have anything that I can do as a bonus action. Does this count? Wait, no. Never mind. I got excited. Never mind.
Next turn.
Well, it says bonus cantrip. I was just gonna plunk a campfire on top of the
Ding
big
dong,
dude.
witches.
So, Sam takes heed of this. She looks over at Gingy and says, "All right, keep an eye on her. I don't think she's quite done yet." And she's gonna toddle her way over here, and take the potion and just down it on the spot. And she looks like she's not on death's door anymore.
So that's 2d4 plus 2 healing to you.
Okay, I'm gonna do this in here because every time I roll over there, it rolls so much. Slash roll space 2d4
Plus 2.
plus 2. Send.
6
Yay!
health back.
Thank you. Alright.
No, it heals so quickly, sorry.
It's okay! And then I'm gonna end my turn because I don't think there's anything else I can do.
Alright, and then it is the witch's turn again, and she's gonna make another death save.
Apply changes. Yay. Still looking like on death's door, but not like holding the handle.
Alright, that's another success. She looks like she's starting to stop bleeding a little bit. Kind of the blood is starting to ice over on her chest and clot a little bit. Flicker of life is entering her eye. Pineapple, it's your turn. Make us proud, Pineapple. Bite with advantage. Ah, just misses. Pineapple's jaws graze off one of the one of those giant horns that he's got. Tally, you're up.
Alright, I'm gonna do, because my health was a little low, I'm gonna do my second wind bonus action, which would be roll 1d10 plus 5. Okay, so 6. I'm gonna add 6. And then I'm gonna smack him with an axe. Give me a second. 6. Apply. Okay. So then battle axe. 15 hits because it hit before. And then another one, and that one hits. So I'm gonna do 22 damage to him.
All right.
Uh-huh.
He looks like he's just barely hanging on,
Oh my
swaying from side to side. There's brackish blood dripping from his many, many wounds. You can see one of his eyes is like very unfocused from the blood loss. This is
Is he seeing double too? Is he gonna have disadvantage?
no.
So he don't get them 30s again.
No, but he is barely standing.
I mean, I'm right next to you. The next time we attack you, it might hit us both, and then it won't be a 30 all on you. How about that? I would die immediately, but hey.
I would die for you.
She did give me the potion. It's the least I could do.
That for your attack tally?
Yeah.
Blink, you're up.
Okay, I did not think this would last this long, but
It's
So-
the end boss. It better.
seeing that I'm guessing at this rate, Sammy looks the worse for wear.
Sammy has 9 health.
Yeah, that's not so good. So I'm gonna give you a normal healing word.
Yes.
So I'm gonna give you a normal healing word, which will be cast. 8 healing. Full healing.
Nice.
And that was 1d4 plus 4. So yeah. So you got 1d4, and then for my last inspiration, I'm gonna inspire Sammy with here comes Sammy Run, here comes Sammy Run, casting and waking away. Leaving to it, all her friends are backing her up today.
Woo!
I like that one.
And that was my last inspiration.
Oh boy. Alright. Leo,
And
you're
now
up.
there's the fun fairies dancing around 3 people's heads.
Fairy. He's going to attack once more, hoping that this darn green beast will stop moving.
Die,
Close
damn
one
you!
eye. Just try closing one
Oh,
eye.
it hits! It hits! It hits!
See, I told you that would help. Just gotta listen to me. People don't listen to me.
Okay, and that one gets an additional 1d4
Well,
as
I don't
well.
think you're gonna be needing that because he had 2 health left, so please
Oh.
describe the death of this creature.
Okay, I killed the green beast. Yay!
Yeah, how do you kill him? How do you kill him? Come on, give us.
Juicy deets.
Come on, tell us.
Leo is getting mad that this thing is moving so much in front of him, so he just kind of holds up his sword, and instead of like swinging it like he has been, he kind of just stabs up at its face as best he can. I guess he hits it in the eye or something.
So you stab it directly in the eye, and it lets out an earth-shattering roar, and you can feel the mountain shake and the rumble as avalanches start all over it, going downwards. Fortunately, you're on the top of the mountain. You're on the top of the mountain, and you never you don't have to deal with all of that because that's going on below you.
But the village isn't.
I'm a
However,
little bit more concerned with our friends who are like right at the foot of the mountain. Remember when we left them there making like camp?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the reindeer.
I'm sure
Actually,
they can race an avalanche.
I'm going. Does this work? How far is this? Oh no, they're probably way more than 600 feet away. Never mind.
Oh yeah, no, a couple thousand maybe. Anywho, so the Yeti roars out, and his back arches, his arms splayed out to the sides, and guys, roll perception checks for me. Except for
Alright.
Sure, well.
except for Ginger, because you're probably focused on the witch.
Alright.
Perception. Boop.
You can still use that D8 on those checks too, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It is not even worth it with Taily.
Sure. Why?
I got a 2.
Yeah.
The best could be a 10. I'm not even going to
think
waste
I-
that.
Taylor's
I
like, good
think
game, y'all. We're all good.
Wait a minute.
All right, we're all done.
For those who are inspired, on ability checks, the Bardic Inspiration die can be rolled again, and you choose which roll to use.
Really?
Yep. For the ability checks, if you use it, the Bardic Inspiration die can be re-rolled.
Yeah. Oh.
And you choose which roll you like.
Well, I haven't used it. I got a 14. I'm good with that. I will save it.
And Leo's got a 16. Blink, time for you to roll.
Yeah.
Yep, and I got a 7.
I got a rock!
I'm
So-
tired. I'm hurt.
Leo, probably because you're the one who's right in front of him, as your vision starts to finally clear so that you aren't seeing two Yetis the whole time, you notice there's a weird kind of reddish glow in the chest of this Yeti, this dying creature, and it's slowly starting to pulse a little bit.
Does it feel warm?
You would say that the air is starting to feel a little bit toasty. It's still your turn. Anything else for that?
Do we remember what color the stone was that was in the middle of the town?
Red.
Heart, stone, ruby.
Oh, can I jump on it and start trying to cut out this thing's heart?
Okay. You go ahead and make me an acrobatics check.
Oh.
Oh.
So
You
you
got
leap at
inspiration.
it, but it's thrashing and its death throes and its giant horn kind of knocks you to the side. You don't take any damage. You land on 1 foot, 1 knee, and hand on the ground in a very cat-like position. But that is your turn. Alright, and Ginger, you are no longer paralyzed. There is a witch still bleeding out in front of you who just survived 2 of her death saving throws. What do you do?
I'll just use my staff and try to stab it through her eye to add to the pain.
Alright, go ahead and roll your attack with advantage as she is prone upon the ground.
I think you hit.
Yep. That
You
is a
think?
26. So, yeah. So with that, it's going to count as 2 failed death saves for her as you stab her through the eye, and she cries out, "Ah!" You don't even have to roll damage for that. It's just 2 automatic failed death saves. But
May
yeah.
God have mercy on you, wretched soul.
And then you're gonna make your second
Burn in
attack.
hell.
Then you're gonna make your second attack,
Yes.
also with advantage.
Actually, first I'll do my unarmed strike.
I will laugh if you kill her with a bitch slap with a cookie hand.
Yes.
Yep.
Feel these gingerbreads.
And then you wind up with your fist and you smash it across her face. Her head spins almost 360. You see shattered icicle teeth flying as she collapses to the ground, her body slowly beginning to melt into slush. And you have murdered the woman who, although gave you life, also tried to take it away once. You're a free bread, sir.
I've been waiting years for this. And now I've finally accomplished it.
You need a lozenge? You sound like you're kind of getting a little tickle in your throat there. I got some
no
maple.
tickle in my throat. The only tickle I'm getting is the tickle of freedom.
All right, but I got a maple lozenge if you need it. Just let me know.
Now, Mr. Giant Yeti, I'm gonna make you wish you let your old pal Ginger Seabread kill you.
So you approach the Yeti. Are you gonna spend a key point to try to flurry of blows this dude, or what are you doing?
I'm spending the key point.
All
This
right.
is a boss.
All right, so 2 unarmed attacks with advantage because Blink's on the other side. So roll it 4 times. All right, so that's an automatic 2 failed death saves. And another automatic 2 failed death saves. Actually, Leo should have been able to do more attacks on him. I'm sorry, Leo. That's my bad.
That's okay.
Okay. So Ginger just starts slapping the shit out of him with his cookie hands. And you guys, now all of you
Eat my
notice
cookie hands! Eat them!
You didn't want them to be eaten. You're really contradicting yourself a lot here today.
I don't mean in the sense of actually consuming my damn hands.
Oh boy. Alright,
Think
so
can be
all of
trying.
you, as a literal cookie is bitch slapping a Yeti, see that red glow begin to pulse all the brighter, and the warmth sort of engulfs you. And then you see small fissures and cracks forming around the chest of this creature, starting to spread from it to all of its limbs and its head. And then it is going to explode, and everybody needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
I think that thing just explode.
This is good.
Oh, I got this one in the
I'm gonna
bag.
use my my D8 as well. Just gonna throw that out there.
Just go ahead and do
All
that.
right.
Yeah.
I got this one in the
I got
bag.
a 7.
You
Okay.
oh gosh.
I need to change my character. I'm on the wrong character.
So the inspiration is a D6?
D8.
D8.
D8. Which is this one. Only once.
But there's a thing that my computer is being slow at. I'm home, by the way. My
Welcome home.
computer is so slow.
Alright, so he passes with her additional D8. She passes. He passes.
I did not.
You also-
I'm pretty
you also
sure I
get
got
stuff.
hit.
Yeah, Tally.
You also get stuff.
Tally also gets hit.
Oh, that's right. You said I could re-roll it.
That's
ability
Or no,
checks.
that's ability check.
Ability
I'm
checks.
sorry. Yeah, that's right.
Let me look because my phone's faster than my laptop. Features.
Please roll a dexterity save as well for you. Blake.
Yep. My computer's just being lagging.
Oh, poor boy.
Oh. So for Taylor and I'm blanking on the name. Sammy. Saving throws. You gain temporary hit points equal to the number rolled on the Bardic Inspiration die plus 4.
So
Nice.
5 temporary hit points for Taylor, and 11 temporary hit points for Sammy.
Nice.
All right.
And my dex save was a 12. I feel like I'm going unconscious soon.
Maybe. Alrighty. So the Yeti explodes, and body parts and various bits of ice and snow are flung in multiple directions. That is going to be 17 bludgeoning damage to Blink, and also to Pineapple and Taily.
$17, you said?
17, I said, bludgeoning damage.
Because Blink's in this weird position, hovering above this tree. This explosion knocks him back, and he falls into the snow behind him.
Oh no. Is Blink unconscious?
Yes.
Oh no!
No one
our
will ever
Yeti
find
is
them. They'll blend
gone.
in.
I think fairies are actually roughly the size of a goblin, surprisingly. I think.
Looks like we've taken out the trash.
Yep, and they're floating in the air, revolving slowly and pulsing with the beat of the heart that it is the Heartstone gem. Oh no! Our Yeti! It's
We
broken!
did it! We won!
Yep, that's what I was imagining. I have been imagining that the entire time.
We won. Anyway, you didn't entirely answer my question. You said the Yeti was maybe what you were spending all that time to keep upgrading. Was it actually?
I was kidding. I never upgraded anything. I actually downgraded the Yeti while we were battling because I almost murdered you all with the very first move. Anyway,
You were just preventing it from being too OP.
Yeah, it was that bridge
oh,
that
yeah.
she was upgrading.
well, so
Okay. Are we out of combat?
you are currently out of combat. Yes, Yeti
Looks like
has
we
exploded.
beat the one shot.
There's blood
This
everywhere.
one shot just became a big shot.
Ha 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 ha.
Sam is gonna tromp through body parts and go over to Fairy Friend, wherever he is. And while she's on her way over, she's gonna cast Goodberry because she heard tale of a gnome that did this a few times.
The heart gem. It's beautiful. It is so beautiful.
Except her good berries are snowberries, so
Is there any hallucinatory or dangerous effects?
Well, the snowberries weren't really edible earlier, so probably.
Yeah, it's like when you eat fake fruit. It's like when you eat fake fruit, you get a tummy ache later.
They're edible. They're just edible to wildlife. Typically, they're not poisonous. They're just better and offer zero nutrition.
Leo is also going to cast Gooberry and then shove all the berries in his mouth.
Well, I believe you can only use one of those per day per person.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think that's how Goodberry works, even in Pathfinder.
That is indeed how Goodberry works.
Oh, because I was reading the spell and it didn't say per person.
Yeah, it's per person per day.
Y'all want to take a quick rest in the igloo here before we head down? I'd like to take a little nap if
How
that's
about
alright
we
with everyone.
ransack the igloo?
Am I gonna have to start making saving throws?
No, she put a Goodberry in your mouth.
Oh, so I get 1 HP back?
You get 1 HP back. You are conscious now.
I'm gonna stomp on this. I'm gonna stomp on the witch's dead body.
Okay. Well, it's actually slush now, so you stomp in the slush.
Be careful, you might get.
I guess you could say that. I guess you could say you got a little frosty. Guess you got frostbite.
As
I couldn't
Sam,
come up with a good one-liner. I'm sorry.
it's all good. As Sam helps helps
The fairy out of the tree.
helps the fairy out of the tree, and kind of guides him over to the igloo. She calls over her shoulder. Did somebody grab the heart?
So Pineapple opens his mouth slowly and reaches out with his open mouth slowly.
Is his intelligence seriously that bad?
Uh-huh. And he starts to bring his mouth down on the heart slowly.
Sam pauses and
No,
throws a
bad.
finger in his
Don't you
direction. Don't you
dare
dare.
do that. Get your mouth off of that heartstone. It's not food.
Wait, can I do this? I will cast speak with animals, seeing this, so I can tell like, pineapple, no, we can grab this. Or actually, I think they would. No, that's fine. I said it. So like pineapple, no, 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 not food, not food.
But smells good.
I know, I know. I think our friends just made some good berries. Try one of those.
He turns to look at Leo expectantly.
You know what? I'm gonna
And
take
I was
this
like
heart
barking.
gem and I'm gonna sell it for money.
Yeah, I'll give him a berry.
Yeah, so Blink was just barking at Pineapple, and then Pineapple looks at Leo expectantly.
Pineapple eats the berry, realizes it's a berry, and goes over here to do that dog thing where you hack it up in the snow.
Oh my goodness. I thought you were going to say, like, runs away with it to eat it, because my dog does that.
So, he's not exactly a fan of berries, being
He
a
barks up.
meat-eating summoned dog. Anyway, so Ginger grabs the heart. You guys are trying to go into the igloo?
I
Sam's
want
too
to see
big.
what's
She's
in
gonna
here.
sit
I want to see if
outside
I
of
can
it.
ransack this place.
Yeah, Sam's too big. She's gonna sit outside of the igloo and just rest a bit. As people start to as as people start to approach,
Ugh.
though, she will ask, so, I don't know how the townspeople are faring, but perhaps it would be wiser if one of us took the heart and went down the mountain faster. Perhaps Blink, since he can fly.
Sure, but I'm really hurt. But I can do
I
it
know
if I
that.
heal.
After a short rest, of course.
Oh, yes, yes. Um,
But that way the people could receive aid and we can meet you back down there.
yeah, yeah, we can do that then.
So you
Of course,
guys,
if you don't want to, I could change into a bird, but honestly, I'm not sure.
head into the igloo, and it's actually quite cozy and homey looking for being the abode of an evil witch. There's a lot of baking supplies, a very
Ugh.
large oven, like a person-sized oven,
Oh, God.
which is where the smoke is rising from.
That's the same oven I was baked in.
There's a small cot with a very nice patchwork quilt, like the kind your grandmother might make. There's tea set out. Looks like for 2 people. It's a very nice, homey looking little cottage.
Sam makes a campfire outside of the cottage.
Just looking at this place screams bad memories for me.
What are you
Campfire.
inciting, Taylor?
I wanted to see if she would think something was wrong with 2 cups in the house that the Yeti clearly could not fit in. But nope, she finds nothing wrong with this.
I didn't even. I'm overheard that. I missed that detail.
So yeah, she finds nothing wrong with that. She's just gonna sit down and have a rest.
Alrighty.
Blink will actually head out before doing a short rest to talk to Pineapple and do to pineapple, that's it. Pineapple, that's good for you. You eat it. It's good for you. You'll feel better.
Sam calls, I can make me flavored ones,
And
but
then
they're
Pineapple
kind of weird.
proceeds to do as dogs do when they throw up and perform that most heinous of acts.
Oh god. No, 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 no!
And then the cycle begins anew.
It took me a second and I hate it.
Oh, why?
Who asked for this?
But basically say, okay, we're gonna take a little rest here. I'm gonna sing my song like I did earlier, and I'm gonna head out before everybody else. But I want you to listen to, and then kind of turns around. Listen to Sammy. Listen to Sammy, okay? I'll have to leave, but I want you to listen to Sammy.
Pineapple nods between vomit episodes.
Oh my god.
Oh, I try to throw snow over the vomited berry. Like, see, it's gone. It's gone. It's
Pineapple.
gone. You don't need to eat anymore.
Eats
It's gone.
Pineapple eats
Pineapple. And then Blink's gonna start pulling a pineapple scruff. Like, come on, over here. Guard the igloo. Guard the igloo.
Kind of goes over, destitutely looking back at that lovely snow pile.
Okay.
Alright,
and then
so
I'll go back in the igloo.
you guys all take a short rest. Go ahead and roll any hit die you need to roll.
With a D6 added, because I'm gonna do my song of rest.
Alright.
Is it
We
1d6 for each?
No, it's just
Try?
let me double check.
It's just one straight up D6.
Okay.
Yeah, if you
Took a short rest and
Remember, it's plus your Constitution modifier for your hit dice.
I'm probably gonna need all of it. Well, let's start with 2 first.
okay, so that was
Did I roll? Oh, it didn't automatically roll. Okay, weird. Or did it? No, it did not.
I'm in.
done. Oh, +6 because of the okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now done.
Oh, darn. Okay, I see what happened. I messed up. So that was 213.
Pineapple's gonna get 36 hit points back
Okay.
plus 1. 37 hit points back.
So D8
Full
again.
health.
Somebody else is.
3 plus heal. Short
He's at full
rest.
health again.
So that was what, 2, 3, okay.
Alright. So you guys rest up. You get some health back. You warm yourself by Sammy's fire. Ginger has an existential crisis staring at the oven where he was born. And then you're planning on letting Blink fly the heart back down the mountain while you troop down after?
Yes, and Sammy will suggest that he either puts it in his pack or ties it to himself with his rope so he doesn't drop it on the way down. That seems bad.
Okay.
Leo's going to search the witch and then search the hut.
Okay. So go ahead and roll investigation for me twice. Once for the witch, once for the hut.
No.
Hey, Blink, you got one of them
No.
invisibility spells again? That way no one sees you on your way down the mountain.
So the witch is kind of a soupy puddle. You find her robes, and that's pretty much it. But the robes do have a certain shimmer to them.
Oh,
He's gonna carefully roll up the robes and shove them in his backpack after kind of like wiggling out there trying to get the soupy matter off of it.
Would I notice this at all?
Yeah, unless
Okay.
he's trying to be stealthy about it.
No.
Okay. Ooh, you found something shiny?
The robes look nice.
Ooh,
Figured I could sell them to a clother or something.
can I take a look at those?
I mean, sure, but you're a little small.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just want to take a look at them.
Yeah,
See
he'll
what
hold
they
them.
can do.
He'll hold them up for her to look at.
Uh, They'll grab them. Do you give them over?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess like we can retcon this to be during the short rest. I don't know if I can use ritual during a short rest.
I don't see why not.
Okay. So taking 11 minutes, I would cast identify as a ritual spell.
Alrighty. So you look upon it, and the more you look at it, the more you see like very intricate weaves to the fabric and little motes of light winking in or out. It takes you a while to realize that those are stars. And what you have here is a robe of stars.
Ooh.
So this black or dark blue robe is embroidered with small white or silver stars. You gain a +1 bonus to saving throws while you wear it. 6 stars located on the robe's upper front portion are particularly large. While wearing this robe, you can use an action to pull off one of the stars and use it to cast Magic Missile as a 5th level spell.
Oh.
God damn!
Yeah, that's scary.
Daily at dusk, 1d6 removed stars reappear on the robe. While you wear the robe, you can use an action to enter the astral plane along with everything you are wearing and carrying. You remain there until you use an action to return to the plane you were on. You reappear in the last space you occupied, or if that space is occupied, the nearest unoccupied space.
Oh my lord.
As much as Sives loves his course, that he would ditch it in a heartbeat for this fucking robe.
Magic missile at 5th level. Damn.
And I have my
And it
robe
just
back.
respawns. Every time you take a long rest, it just respawns.
Yep. When you cast
It doesn't matter.
second, one more dart for. Oh gosh, so it does 5 darts. So like, ooh, this robe is a robe of stars, and it's really pretty. It allows you to cast like these cool little like forces of missile at people, or a whole bunch of them too. And then also you can like just totally enter a different plane with this thing, but you can't move when you wear it when you go into that plane.
Really?
Sounds useful. And he
Also,
holds
it's
his hand
really
back out.
snazzy.
Well,
Sounds quite useful. We could have probably used that when you got hit by that thing earlier.
I'm just glad she didn't use it when she was fighting us.
yeah.
Actually, yeah, that's true. I'm surprised she didn't. Maybe. Actually, no. You know what? I'm not surprised, considering how often Gingy was, hitting her. I don't think she had time to think about it.
That's true.
Yeah, so I would hand it back. It's like, that's a really cool robe. Why did it? Or I saw him take it off of the witch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I
I was about to say
it was
something
her
really
body.
stupid. I was like, why didn't you use this? If you had this, why didn't you use it?
I forget
So
off the
Especially
bat.
when you were seeing double.
So for your 8, you don't really find anything in the igloo. You do find next to the igloo, which you guys were kind of overlooking because like there was a lot of shit going on. There's a rather large toboggan.
Oh, this looks useful to get back downstairs.
That's true. Yes, actually. I still think I would feel safe if. I think I would feel more comfortable if Blink did fly the gem down just to keep it safe. And probably get there quicker. But this allows us to go back without having to go over that god awful bridge again.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Taylor. I didn't mean to ignore you, but no, I don't have the magics to do that. I would have to take a long rest.
Yes, well, I mean,
About the invisibility.
Right.
And is anyone after our short rest? Is anyone still hurt?
Yes.
I have. Wait, hang on. Do I have? Wait, do I have? Wait, never mind. I don't have. Sorry.
Taylor is. I don't know if anybody else is or not, and I'm not sure.
I'm a little hurt, but I'm gonna ask anyone else because I'm kind of okay and I can fly. So.
Oh, I'm the tiniest bit hurt, but like not enough to worry about healing. It's fine. I have a paper cut.
About 75%, give or take.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. So you probably look like you're still bruised up a bit.
Bless you.
What about Leo or Ginger? I'll look over at Leo and Ginger if they're still bruised up a bit from after our short rest.
I'm mostly healed.
Ginger, I don't think you ever rolled your healing dice for your rest.
Wait, what?
Roll your hit dice for your rest to see how much HP you get back.
So I just roll a random d20?
No, you go into your character sheet, and where it says hit dice, you click it.
Oh, where
Did he ever
I'll try to find that. I don't know if I'll be able to.
You can do it on short rest on the top of the screen.
Yeah, that too. The little campfire.
And then click as many boxes as you want to use, and then it shows like a 2 dice and plus whatever for healing. You click that before you do the take short rest button.
Yeah. And make sure you check automatically apply healing with dice result. That way it automatically adds it for you and you don't have to worry.
But how do I know exactly like how much is gonna heal me?
It rolls it.
Alright.
Yeah, even if you overheal, like it's still fine.
Alright. Did I do it right?
So when you clicked on the short rest, you know those are boxes under the hit dice? Or hit die?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you click as many as you want to use, and then beneath it, it should show like a new box that shows 1d, I think monks are 8. 1d8 plus your con modifier.
Here, I'll just do it manually. We've got to get
Got
this
this
all
right.
rolling a little bit.
This toboggan sledding.
I thought this was already over. Like, didn't we get the heart gem? Aren't we?
You get
aren't we-
33 hit points back. You're at maximum again. You got the heart gem back. You're gonna get it down the mountain now. Okay, so you're planning on planning on having Blink fly ahead of you, and the rest of you ride on the toboggan with, I assume, pineapple pulling.
That would actually be smart.
And before I leave, I will give a healing word to Taylor, just in case.
Thanks.
Giving you 7 hit points back.
Nice.
I just need to cast it at first level because that's when I start rolling better.
Alright, Alright, any of you want to do anything else at the witch's igloo before you leave?
Do you still need more healing before I leave? I can do this one more time.
I
I'm
think
good.
you might want to hold on to it just in case you need it later.
Okie dokie.
Right, just in case.
True. That's smart. Okay, I'll see you. I'll see you on the bottom, guys.
Alright,
Be
Blink.
safe.
Wait, should I go to the town or meet up with Deer Tar?
No, straight to the town. Get that crystal to them before they freeze to death.
Okie dokie.
We
Maybe ride one of the deer tar?
yeah,
That's probably quicker.
Blink is not as fast as a deer tar. Heck, Blink is probably not as fast as that toboggan once it gets going.
Oh, Okay.
Blink's only advantage is that they can fly straight down and you have to spiral.
okay, yeah. In that case, yeah. Someone would probably know that, and I'm dumb. Then someone probably advises that he goes to the deer tars because they're damn quick.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Alrighty, so you give the heart to Blink. Blink grabs it, and Blink needs to make a strength check because this thing is about as big as Blink's body.
Oh my lord. This is gonna be fun. Just a strength check.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fun. Oh, actually not bad. With a minus.
You are
With a minus.
You are struggling. It is weighing you down pretty mightily, but you're kind of zigzag floating your way towards the edge of the mountain. It's not going to be easy doing it this way, though. That's for sure.
If he's having trouble, he could always turn back and say, "Hey, this isn't gonna work," right?
That's Blink, though.
Blink is determined.
True. Goddamn.
You could yell out to him.
This may be safe to go as a group. But, yes, bye, Blink.
I feel like Leo is done with Blink's bullshit.
He's a grumpy old man, and Blink is Blink.
Not.
Alright, so Sam can see that he's struggling. He's like dipping and bobbing and weaving, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm drunk. I'm flying drunk but sober.
Yeah, no, this is extremely obvious. No perception checks needed.
Okay, then in that case, Sam is gonna blink, honey, come back, come back.
What? What? No, I can do it.
No, come back. You forgot your hug.
Oh, okay. Straining.
God.
Only you had that bag of holding you could put it in.
It's a bag of tricks.
I know, but you were thinking about getting the bag of holding and you ended up
Almost.
not.
Yeah. Bag
I
of
think
tricks
pineapple's
sounded
been a
more
better
fun.
choice, though.
Oh, yeah. Especially when Pineapple almost killed Leo.
Alright, so,
yeah, that bag of tricks is great.
So, Saley, I assume you're looking around the igloo before you leave. That was that investigation you just rolled?
Yeah, mostly for, like, supplies, like candy or cookies or something edible that's also not alive, because, that's going to give her some pause there, because if Gingy's alive, she don't want to really eat a cookie in there. She's kind of like half looking around going like, wait a minute, do I really want to eat something from here? I don't want to eat Gingy.
So you...
Third cousin twice removed.
You do find some questionable looking cookies, like rather large ones that you're thinking, maybe no. But you do manage to find in one of the cupboards like a package of like crackers, like ones that obviously were not baked here, just like some saltines or something. So you got those, but you also, with a 12, as you're making your way towards the door, you notice next to the now cold tea, there looks like there was a pack of cards just sitting there on the table, as if the witch had been planning on playing like solitaire or something.
Hey, anybody want to play some cards on the way down into the Toboggan? She's got some cards here.
I'm not sure how well that will work out there. Just saying.
No, I mean, if we keep a hold of them, we should be fine. She's going to bring the cards out and kind of show everyone.
Why don't you just pocket those, and we can play when we get back to the inn.
All right, I'll hold you to it.
Roll a perception check.
Me or everyone?
Anybody looking at the cards?
Yeah, I don't see nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
I made it back to the shed, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Simone's outside.
I'll look at it. I'll look at it. Perception. Ooh, 11.
Yeah, I come out of the igloo, so you don't have to worry about it. I come out to kind of show everyone the cards.
Oh, if everybody's getting cursed, I guess I will too. Perception.
Oh, apparently I rolled a 13, not 11.
Perception.
So,
Nice.
Ooh, there you go, Salmon.
Sam, Leo, those cards, Leo, they just look kind of shiny to you, but Sam, with your magical background, you can feel power radiating from those cards.
And Sam will say this. She kind of eyes the cards up and down, and I would be careful of those, dear. Blink. If you want to pass me the heart really quick, why don't you go ahead and take a look at those? I think there's something more to them than meets the eye.
Okie dokie. And then she'll pass. They'll pass over the heart over to Sam. Struggling still.
She
Wants
takes it, it's in both palms.
Alright. So you
Ooh,
can
that was a
actually
workout.
you can actually do identify as you guys start making your way down the mountain if you want to.
Yes.
Question. Since I had a short rest and I can wild shape, can I wild shape into something big enough to carry this easily that can fly?
Yeah, I think so. We could do a giant eagle or a snowy owl.
Ooh, snowy owl, because, silent.
Stealthy.
Alright, so you transform into a beautiful snowy owl, and you grasp the heart within your claws. Let's see,
Yeah, and she would have given instruction before she changed, if one of them could possibly tie the gem to her feet so she cannot drop it.
Leo's real good at those knots. I would definitely have him do it.
Does someone have leftover rope? I left mine behind. Gingerbread man, can I have your rope?
Well, not even to her feet, maybe to her back like a backpack.
Hey, Ginger.
Yeah?
Can he borrow your rope?
Why? I didn't even know I had one.
You have rope. It's part of your adventuring kit that you got.
Yeah, everybody got rope.
But why though?
To secure this gem.
You see a snow owl sitting there with a gem at its feet, and it's kind of staring at you expectantly.
Woohoo!
Also have a spare shirt and pair of pants if that would work instead.
I mean, any way that you can secure it to the owl to where the owl cannot drop it, that will be acceptable.
You make the shirt into a sling and you throw it around the owl's torso a little bit there, where it doesn't impede the wings at all. And now you've got the gem tied to an owl.
I just realized I actually don't have rope.
Ah,
Well, why would I need it? I fly everywhere.
You're a
exactly.
fairy. You can't carry rope.
You can carry embroidery thread. That's your rope.
I'm
You've
only
got
small.
dental
It's not like I'm
floss.
tiny or diminutive. I don't think.
I think this
Anywho.
entire time everyone was picturing a tiny fairy,
Yep.
Oh
not a
yeah,
3-foot fairy.
Mm-hmm.
true, true.
Yeah,
You're smaller than Sam. So
you're
there.
like Navi size.
Yeah.
But anywho,
Which-
you load up the owl with the gem. You load up onto the toboggan, and Pineapple grabs the leather strap at the front, wagging his tail furiously, ready to pull. And as you go down the mountain, we will be casting Identify on the cards? Question mark.
Yeah.
See,
All right. So the journey is actually a lot swifter than it was getting back up again. The owl makes it to the bottom of the mountain in record time, only about a 30-minute flight, whereas it takes you guys roughly 2 hours to get to the bottom, but it's made all the easier by the fact that the avalanches that you set off before kind of wiped out that bridge and quoted everything in a nice slick thing of snow. You make it to the bottom to find that the deer tars camp had been buried underneath the snow, but they had heard the avalanche coming and had run away to prevent themselves from being buried within the snow. And as you're going down, Blank, once you finish your identify, you find that the cards you found are this.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, these.
what? Where?
Deck
Where?
of many things.
Oh,
Usually found in a box or pouch, this deck contains a number of cards made of ivory or vellum. Most, 75% of these decks, have only 13 cards, but the rest have 22. Before you draw a card, you must declare how many cards you intend to draw and then draw them randomly. You can use an altered deck of playing cards to simulate the deck. Any cards drawn in excess of this number have no effect. Otherwise, as soon as you draw a card from your deck, its magic takes effect. You must draw each card no more than 1 hour after the previous draw. If you fail to draw the chosen number, the remaining number of cards fly from the deck on their own and take effect all at once. Playing a card once a card is drawn, it fades from existence. Unless the card is the Fool or the Jester, the card reappears in the deck, making it possible to draw the same card twice. Let's see, playing card. Ace of Diamonds, Vizier, King of Diamonds, Sun, Queen of Diamonds, Moon, Jack of Diamonds, Star, Two of Diamonds, Comet, Fates, Throne, Key, Knight, Gem, Talons, the Void, Flame, Skull, Idiot, Don John, Ruin, Uriel, Rogue, Balance, Full Jester, Fun, Balance, and then it has descriptions for all the cards, which I'm not going to read because that's going to take way too long. But it's cool. It's a cool item.
it's
So
a
yeah,
fine item.
you found that. Anyway, you make it down to the bottom of the mountain. When you got down there, Sam, you found the deer tars after about 20 minutes of searching and following their tracks in the snow. And they were in the process. Oh, I'm sorry. Of repairing the sled where it had actually got caught on a rock while they were fleeing from the avalanches. And Celia is kind of helping them out with that too. And they see the gem and they cheer and they're happy. Oh yeah, awesome. Well, as soon as we get this up and running, we'll get you back to where's your friends? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, no.
Sam will change back once she's down there and kind of remove the sling from her back and offer it to one of the deer tar, and she says, "Don't worry, they're on their way. But we wanted to get the gem back as fast as possible. Could I perhaps persuade one of you to take this back ahead of the group?
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't know how."
already on it, already gone. And this deer tire just takes off sprinting. And if you thought they were fast when they were pulling a sled, my god.
And then she just calls, "Thank you," in a very quiet, no more avalanche type of thank you. And in that case, Samoon will spend the rest of her time helping to repair the sled and have a campfire built so you guys can see where the new camp is from up on the mountain. You can aim.
Alright, and you guys, you make it down the mountain, a-okay, fine. Pineapple is a little bit tired by the time he gets down there, and it's about 2 or 3 in the morning at this point. And the deer tars are ready with the sleigh. So if you want to, you can just hop right in and they'll start chucking you back to the town.
Yeah, I'll hop on in, take a nap as we go.
Yes. Is there any chance we could drive the toboggan behind so that we can have a town toboggan, maybe? I mean, I don't think
or
I
we could throw it in the back of the sled.
Yeah. Or you
I
could
don't
just,
think we
like,
should do it.
tie it to the back of the sled.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a long sled now.
It's a very long sled.
Limo.
Coming down the mountain when we go.
Alright, you guys tie the toboggan to the back of the sled, and you pile on in, and the deer tar take off, dashing through the snow in a 7 deer tar open sleigh with toboggan attachment.
Over the hills they go, laughing all the way.
Oh no, none of the laughing. We don't want to start no more avalanches. No, we're good.
Humming all the way.
Terribly sorry about that. I
Ha
hope
ha
nobody is
ha!
injured.
You make me
It
laugh.
was the Yeti. He was very loud.
And then after about 2 hours or so of resting and relaxing inside the sled, you make it back to the town.
Woo!
And you are pulled in amidst the cheers of the waiting people who were there. The deer tar ahead of you told everyone of what you had done and how you had brought the heart back. And it's not yet been reinstalled into its pillar, but that's because the pillar is in many, many, many pieces. But they have kind of cobbled together a little pedestal that they can put it on out of some bricks and other building materials that had been set aside for like repairs to different parts of the town. So they managed to reinstall it there. And the mayor is kind of peering up at the heart, frowning slightly as he watches it revolve. Doesn't seem quite as happy as the rest of the people.
Yeah. That's probably the first thing Sam would do when they got back to town. Is she wants answers. Um, she'd probably make her way over to the mayor and just, you know, in a very unlike Sam fashion, she's just gonna walk up to him and throw her arms up and be like, "What the fuck, dude?"
What do you mean? What you mean?
That came from a rather large Yeti. It was inside of the Yeti, which exploded. And also, it seemed to be at the behest of a tiny blue lady with a very foul attitude. And, yes, I feel like knowing at least some of this before we got up there would have been a little bit helpful. I feel you're sad. What's wrong?
Blink will try to use the wand of smiles again.
God. What is that? What saving throw is that again?
Charisma 10, I think it was. Or it was charisma or will, I don't remember. Let me see. Equipment, inventory, whichever.
He's in the middle of delivering a sad story about his lost love.
DC 10 charisma save. Or be forced to smile for 1 minute.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently it has charges. Okay. This would be the second charge.
That's a fucking 19.
Can I slide of hand at casting?
You can try.
I can always try.
Always try.
Nope! Unless he rolls even worse perception.
Stop that! And he waves his staff as a large snowball about the size of your body is conjured up and tossed in your direction. Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, are we having a snowball fight? Oh, this is exciting. She's gonna start getting a. She's gonna
Oh
start
my
making her
God.
snowballs.
You manage to dodge the snowball, and he turns back to Sam with a scowl.
See, that's the candlelight spirit.
None of your business is what it is.
You watch your tone. We just had a big old fight there to help save this town.
Can I throw a snowball back at him?
Oh,
Leo, while the mayor is distracted and not looking, he's going to cast Disguise Self on himself to make him look like the witch.
What do I roll
On
for
himself. Leo on
snowball?
himself.
That's just a general like DC 14 save.
What?
Is it
DC 14?
Yeah, no, I already rolled, so it is a DC 14 to dodge a fucking snowball.
Oh no, I mean, what do I roll to throw a snowball?
You don't need to roll anything. He's just rolling a saving throw, just like you just rolled a saving throw.
Oh, okay.
You're dodging snowballs. Anyway, so he kind of steps to one side, like expecting it. So Leo, you're disguising self.
Yep, Disguise Self as the witch we just killed.
All right, roll deception with advantage. Yeah, it's a very, very convincing. You even managed to get the voice right if you choose to speak. It's none of your damn business, and I. Madeline.
Simone looks over her shoulder and her face kind of pales.
Yeah,
She's
does
gonna go.
Haley know, like,
Why did
who
you
did
send
this?
them up there to kill me? Go ahead.
Now, Madeline, you know. He's got his hands up like this. You
Did you just gesture and then realize we couldn't see it?
if there was any other way that it could have been done, I would have done it. You know that, right? But the town, it needs the heart. Just that thing doesn't need to be up there. Guardian be damned. It's just a stupid green yeti. We need the heart.
It was an innocent beast.
He kind of furrows his brow confusedly. Beast?
Oh no.
No, that's the wrong word.
Sam's gonna put a hand on the mayor's shoulder and just sigh heavily, and that isn't the witch. What I was going to say was,
I don't know. It sure looks like her.
I know, I'm like, does Haley know? Because Haley might just, like, start swinging if she doesn't know that.
well, if it is the witch, then she managed to find another very, very rare robe. So, I doubt it's her. I don't know, but look, I was asking because the fact of the matter is, she is dead, and the other thing is dead as well. What I want to know is there anybody else that's going to come looking for this thing, and should we be on higher alert? Or was it something that was, I don't know, special to her and to you and to it?
Well, no. I mean, well, he hasn't been around in ages. I don't think you really have to worry about clump. And, overhead, standing on the roof just behind Ginger Sea Bread, you see a very tall figure appear. Curved horns running from his forehead down his back, sort of has a satyr fawnish looking under chassis. And the facial features are kind of reminiscent of the Yeti, but in a more humanoid form. He's about as tall as Sam is, and he's carrying a sack over his back. And
Oh no.
Sorry, what was that, Leo?
I didn't say anything.
And as Crimpus looks down upon you all and growls softly, he's going to say, "Who killed my wife and child?" And that's where we're going to end it. Thanks for playing to our one shot.
Delightful.
Who has a deck of many things?
I
Do
don't
I
know.
have it?
Did you give it back to Tally after you identified it?
I, I don't know.
I'd hope so. I'm the one who found it. You can have
Okay.
it if you want
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I was like, ooh, these. On the way that I would have like identified, like these playing cards are really cool. You really wanted them, right?
Well, I guess this was the one and last shot.
Well, that's not entirely true. We will be back this Sunday for a secondary one shot. Not the same as this one that I actually pre-planned in advance. This one was kind of a pull out the ass kind of dealio. It was really just supposed to be for yesterday, but combat extended things just a little bit, and we didn't get quite as far as I'd been planning on. So this was Silent Candlenights, the one shot we will be doing on Sunday at about 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is going to be dash action all the way. I think that you will enjoy it quite immensely. At least I hope so. But anyway, from all of us here at Dragons Also Maybe Dungeons and the D&D Enterprises, we would like to wish you good night and happy candle nights. Woo!
Happy Candlenights!
Good night, everybody.
Bye.